Right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Manhattan Community Board 3's full board meeting for the month of May 2022. I am Paul Rango. I am the chair of the board. Before I do anything else, before the actual formal public session, we are technically, and before the board meeting actually begins, we are technically supposed to have a public hearing on the resolution we're going to be voting for tonight on the hybrid Zoom meetings as required by the state open meeting requirements. This is for the public only, and the board members will actually discuss this specific item at the executive committee report. I am opening the public hearing for the hybrid Zoom meeting right now, and considering nobody signed up to speak, I am closing the public hearing right now. So I fulfilled that obligation. No one did sign up to speak for that. And we are going to move forward now with the public session. The first person I have on my list tonight is Isabel Gomez. Is Isabel on?
Okay, I actually haven't seen her name. I'm looking for it.
I don't see it.
Okay, we can come back to her. So now we'll move through the rest of the public session. Is David Garza from Henry Street Settlement on?
Yes,
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, David, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I don't know if I can be seen, but I think I can be heard.
yes,
You can be heard.
I do have my camera on, but I am here. My name is David Garza. I'm the president and CEO of Henry Street Settlement. I am here to express my concern and my dismay that the Department of Homeless Services has rescinded the opportunity for a safe haven to be opened at 47 Madison Street. Henry Street Settlement has been a provider of shelters since 1972. In fact, we opened the first family shelter in the United States right here in Community Board 3 on the Lower East Side. We have operated a safe haven model, and we know that shelters, safe havens, and facilities are an important asset and a resource in the community, and that it is a profoundly important program design that when this city has a number of people that are unsheltered without services on our streets, that providing a safe haven with the capacity to provide comprehensive services to those people literally takes people off the streets and puts them in the care of capable, proven providers. Our concern is not only for those individuals that will not receive services and not receive the benefit of a shelter, but also for the community itself, because we think that by not having a safe haven in our community, we're actually at increased risk for the challenges that are experienced with those who are not housed, and how we can get them into caring facilities from capable providers. We're also concerned that DHS rescinding the capacity for 47 Madison and the community concern is going to discourage other providers who are capable and have proven track records of service in providing quality care for the homeless to come to this neighborhood and to provide services capably. So we are concerned. We know that the city needs these services now, and we stand in full support of that position.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, David. Melissa Hayes? Melissa Hayes, am I saying that correctly?
okay, I see her. Okay, she can talk. Melissa? Is she muted?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I'm Melissa Ossie. I'm the CEO of University Settlement, and I'm a member of the SDR Park Coalition for many decades as well. I'm speaking to the board in both of these roles, and also as a contributor and social worker in this community for the last 30 years. My career has included working with people from all walks of life who are unhoused, from teens who've been thrown out and families who've been evicted, and seniors facing predatory landlords, and people who are staying on the streets and in our parks. And our park just lost one of the most important possible benefits it could have gotten in the loss of the proposed safe haven to be run by Housing Works and now also the one proposed to be run by Catholic Charities. This is a devastating loss for those who are living in the park, who are highly at risk. And it's also a loss for the entire community that would have been safer and stronger if all of these people had access to housing and to healthcare. Those who are doing the skilled outreach in our parks, who are from Goddard Riverside, know that these neighbors, they know them the best, and they have said that many of our unhoused community members are from this community. They want to stay in this community, and they would have access to services at these sites. This would have been so good for them, and it would have been so good for everyone in the community. There's now only one place locally to refer people from the street, and there are never any openings, as these outreach workers reported to us this week. We can't pit one part of the community against another. We have to stand up for our AAPI neighbors who are undoubtedly experiencing more threats and violence. But in doing that, we cannot turn our backs on our unhoused neighbors who experience incredible levels of violence also. We have, for the moment, apparently lost this incredible opportunity, and I'm begging the board not to turn its back on the Safe Haven model and to continue supporting excellent providers to do this model. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Edward Chuchia, am I saying that correctly?
I don't see him. Michelle, do you see Edward?
Yes, I just gave him permission to talk.
Oh, okay, good.
There you go. Can you folks hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go. And it's pronounced Kucha. And indeed, that's my name, Edward Kucha. And let me first say who I am. I represent the Greater Chinatown Civic Coalition. And I wish to, on behalf of myself and for the coalition, to strongly oppose any resolution expressing dismay at the DHS rescinding the shelter at 47 Madison. Let's be clear. Chinatown does not oppose caring for the unhoused. That's not what this is about. We demand fair share. In Chinatown and Little Italy, this is what we demand. This board has received well over 2,000 emails on this issue. We are strongly opposed to the lack of non-engagement to the Chinatown community, the suppression of the Chinatown voices. We strongly, strongly oppose this. This community board should and must act as a community board. Hard to say, it is not. The Chinatown voices are united in opposition to the oversaturation of shelters, to the oversaturation of these types of unwanted land use. The procedures are not being correctly followed. So to be very clear, Chinatown, Little Italy, strongly, strongly opposes any dismay at the DHS rescission of the shelter at 47 Madison. Chinatown needs no more shelters. Chinatown needs no more mega jails. The community needs to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Dale Goodson.
Okay, am I good?
Yep.
Okay, my name is Dale Goodson, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the North Avenue A Neighborhood Association and the 441 East 12 Tenants Association. And we are extremely alarmed that last week, the SLA Licensing Committee recommended approval of a full license removal for Key Bar to 208 Avenue A at the corner of 13th Street. This is an address that has never been licensed on a block that is recognized by CB3 as completely oversaturated. There are already 6 bars on this same block, not 6 within 500 feet, 6 bars on the same block with 2 more licenses pending. It's a shit show, excuse my French, but that's what it is. The noise and crowds that flood the neighborhood on a nightly basis already make life miserable. I live across the street from 208 Avenue A, and this past Saturday at 1 in the morning, there were fireworks going off in the middle of the intersection with cheering from all the bars. In what world does it make sense to add another bar with outdoor seating to this block? The applicants say they are facing a rent hike at their old address, and we totally understand the struggle that small businesses are going through. But what about help for me and my neighbors whose quality of life is under attack? The Key Bar applicants have location options throughout the East Village. I don't. I'm a rent stabilized senior with fixed income who's lived here for 30 years, and I can't afford to move. Approving another bar with no public benefit at an address that's never been licensed on a block beyond oversaturation makes no sense and flies in the face of established CB3 guidelines. I'm a retired social worker and now join with neighbors in the support of daytime retail. And there's just no way we need a 7th bar on the block. It's a terrible decision and sets a terrible precedent. We urge the full board to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person I have on my list is Robert Ong.
I haven't seen him. Have you seen him, Michelle? Robert O-N-G?
I see a Robert, just a Robert. I think, oh, he's raising his hand. I think let's play him.
Okay.
Robert, I gave you the permission to talk if you, Robert, is that you, Robert Ong?
Yes, it's me. Can
Go
you hear
ahead.
me?
Yep.
All right, very good. Good evening, everyone. My name is Robert Ong, and I live right on the corner of 13th Street and Avenue A. So our property is located right on the corner of that 13 and A, and I'm here speaking to everyone, especially to the board. Please deny Key Bar. Let me say this: 20 feet away from our apartment, there's a bar right across the street, and then right below us, there's another pending bar license right now. And then if Key Bar will be approved, that's embarrassing. That place is already saturated with noise. Since then, our peace and quiet had been destroyed. My parents are senior citizens. They're in 70s. They have health issues, so I don't want them to suffer and lose their sleep at night with all this noise from the bars. And upon hearing from my brother the other night, there was a commotion from the bar. I don't know if they was reported from the police, but when I used to live there, I've seen and witnessed a lot of chaos, especially from the college kids early in the morning. So I'm begging everyone, please deny Key Bar. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Laura on? Laura School?
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Laura Sewell, the director of the East Village Community Coalition and a member of the North Avenue A Neighborhood Association. I'm also here to speak in opposition to the removal of Key Bar's license to 208 Avenue A. EVCC has long worked to champion our neighborhood's local independent businesses and with CB3 to document the increase of destination nightlife establishments and the corresponding loss of daytime shops and services. CB3 is repeatedly committed to defend its most oversaturated areas, especially Avenue A and St. Mark's Place, as stated in its recent guidelines to liquor license applicants to encourage them to look elsewhere. So residents were thoroughly disheartened when the SLA committee voted in favor of the removal of Key Bar's full liquor license to 208 Avenue A, a location which has never had one. The other residents have documented the scene there now. I don't need to speak to that. But there are 2 other pending licenses and 4 other within 500 feet that will go before the SLA. The committee's decision to allow another one makes it very, very difficult for us to defend the stipulations that the community board put on those licenses if and when they approve them. There were no hard questions from the committee when the owner said he didn't want to move and his lawyer stated that the landlord had tripled the rent. Tripled in comparison to what? A 10-year-old lease, unnegotiated COVID rate. The committee didn't ask if KeyBar had looked at the 4 vacancies on the same block of First Avenue, which is much wider and less saturated than this block of Avenue A. We've heard that from reliable sources that there was a problem with back rent, but the chair's direct question, if there was something more going on with the landlord, did not receive a response. At the very same meeting, the SLA committee recommended approval for a new establishment going into the present KeyBar location. An experienced operator believes he can make a go of it. Something just doesn't add up here.
Thank you. It's Dolores Schaefer.
I just gave a Dolores speaking.
Okay, I'm here.
Go
Can you
ahead.
hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Dolores Schaefer and I represent the East 13th AB Block Association, speaking in opposition to KeyBar. First, we're absolutely appalled that the licensing committee would go against longstanding CB3 policy to not approve full liquor licenses at addresses that never had a license, especially in oversaturated areas like the north end of Avenue A. 208 Avenue A never had a full liquor license. For most of the past 40 years, the property was a laundromat. The decision to ignore longstanding CB3 policy will have a detrimental effect on curbing the proliferation of bars in the area and will undermine the ability of the community and CB3 to defend strong stipulations on pending and future licenses. There are 8 full liquor licenses within 500 feet of 208 Avenue A, 7 of which are within 200 feet. Only 1 can be called a restaurant. And this does not include the former Percy's and Fat Buddha, which are currently inactive, but which will undoubtedly come back. Right next to 208 Avenue A is a takeout place called Borrachito, which serves Mexican food and beer. It's become a popular spot and it's already difficult to walk on the sidewalk between 13th and 12th because of Borrachito customers blocking the sidewalk. Allowing a bar with long hours and outside seating on that corner will make it virtually impassable, not to mention the noise, disruption, and other problems that come when so many bars are in close proximity. The East 13th AB Block Association urges the full board to overturn the licensing committee's decision, which was not unanimous, and to uphold the policy that full liquor licenses are not approved at addresses that never had a license. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Since our policy on public session is only 4 speakers per item on each side of the item, that was the 4 speakers. I know other people had signed up for that. Those 4 speakers have been already used. Is Isabel Gomez on at all? I'll go back to her.
I don't see her.
Okay, so that closes our public session for tonight. Ms. Kazi, you have your hand up before I move to the elected official reports.
Thank you so much. So I just had a question because you're going to be voting about this issue, even though you reached your quota of 4 people. Can we know how many people have signed up to testify? This way we have a better sense.
6.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry about that. All right, so we'll be moving on to our elected official reports for the evening. Is the mayor's office on? No? No, what a shame. Okay. Public advocate. 0 for 2. Comptroller's office.
Paul, can you actually read out the names of, I don't have.
I am sorry.
Yeah.
Mayor Adams.
Oh, no, I mean of the rep.
Oh.
I know who the mayor is.
You never know. You never know.
Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Okay. there is no rep for the mayor's office. Give me 1 second. Now I gotta pull up all my sheets.
Just so I can search the names to make sure that we're not missing them. Thank you.
It's fine.
I should note also that both Michelle and I are having problems promoting some people. So we're gonna have to just give them ability to speak.
That's fine. Give me 1 second. It's taking a while for me to pull up my names. All right, for the Public Advocate's Office, it was Philip Ellison.
Nope.
For the Controller's Office, Brad Lander, Evelyn Collado.
Nope.
All right, now we'll get to the Borough President's Office. Eric Cuello, I know Eric's gonna be on.
Yeah,
Hey,
I think
everybody.
you're-
Just so you know, I sent you an email, Paul and Susan, that the borough president will be here probably in about an hour or so. So if we can hold off and let him speak, then that'd be great.
Eric, you may want to give him a heads up that we may be in a very big debate at that point. I'll try to squeeze him in if that's possible, if you can give him a heads up.
All right,
And
no
if
worries.
not-
I'll let you know.
If not, I would ask you to give the report at the end. I'll come back to you though.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Congresswoman Velasquez's office, Miss Yi, Licia Yi. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
You, can you hear me?
You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. First and foremost, I'm here to express Congresswoman's condolence. Her statement on the deadly shooting that happened on the Q train earlier, on Sunday last week. This week on Sunday. She states that my heart goes out to the family, friends, and member of our community. She joins the entire community in mourning this tragic loss. And most importantly, she wants to address the gun violence and stress that the comprehensive approach for addressing gun violence is the stronger gun laws to prevent lives lost and stronger gun laws, nationwide gun controls to stop the route, route of illegal guns flowing into New York from out of the state. The House of Representatives has already taken a first step and passed a meaningful gun control legislation, only to be stopped by Republicans in the Senate who continue to put guns over the lives of everyday people. In addition to pushing her colleagues in the Senate to act, she will continue to advocate for gun laws that crack down on the iron pipeline, fortify background checks, and ban tools of war from being used on our street. This is one of her this has been her focus in Congress for many years, and this is something that she will continue to focus on. And another update is we are monitoring housing situations in Lower East Side, from NYCHA to Section 8 housings, including some of the development. I know that recently one of the issues was the development is the demolition of the Rugger housings. The demolition of the Rugger Slip Playground that's adjacent to Lands End buildings. Our office is monitoring that closely, and we're making inquiries with HUD to see if there's any jurisdiction that HUD could step in to make the matters more clarified. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for the Congress member's office? Nope. Thank you. Valentina, yes.
I'm glad that you're on top of that issue. One of the things that we heard about the park is that right now there's a senior building across the street from this park. And if you look at the senior building, they have nice grass in front. And what's there now is a park where seniors look out their window if they have a front facing window and they see children playing in the park. My understanding is they want to make that a parking lot, which I think is absolutely ridiculous and is absolutely unfair to those seniors who have worked and lived their entire lives here in the city or wherever, and now are being faced with, they thought they were going to be looking out at children playing, are now going to be looking out at cars honking, et cetera. So thank you for doing that. And please keep that in mind, that I don't think that's fair to those seniors that live in that building to have to now look at cars rather than children playing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Valentina. This is a legacy left to us by the previous administration when City Planning Commission approved the project without Euler, as those of us on the board may very well recall. So unfortunately, there are certain things we couldn't change, but we are monitoring the situation very closely and trying to do whatever in our power to help our constituents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Congressmember Maloney's office, that is Victor Montes.
Yes, good evening.
Go ahead.
Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney introduced the Michelle Alicia Go Act outside the subway station where the namesake for this bill was tragically killed in January by a 61-year-old man who showed signs of schizophrenia, but lacked access to adequate, consistent care. While most people with severe mental illnesses are not violent, this horrific incident raised questions about how to address our country's mental health system and led Congresswoman to introduce this legislation to improve Medicaid coverage of mental health services. Under current federal law, Medicaid is prohibited from covering stays for patients between the ages of 21 and 64 who are receiving mental health or substance abuse treatment in a facility with more than 16 beds. This prohibition, also known as the Institution for Mental Diseases Exclusion, has been in effect since Medicaid was created in 1965 and has resulted in people like the individual who killed Ms. Go not being able to access care as they do not have the money to cover these services out of their own pocket, said Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney. These and other issues can be found at the Congresswoman's website at house.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Any quick questions for Victor? No, thank you. Assembly Member News Office, that will be Amy Vera, she's on.
I didn't see her.
Okay. We'll move on to the Assembly Member Glick's office. That's Charlie Anderson. So Charlie.
Yes, I'm here. Hi. Good evening, everybody. Charlie Anderson from Assemblymember Deborah Glick's office. I'll put our board report in the chat here in a minute, but just wanted to give you a couple quick updates. The first, we are finishing up the legislative session this year. There were a number of bills that are being passed. The Assembly member today, a bill that would help protect residents in Lower Manhattan, some sort of in CB3, mostly in Soho and NoHo, which are living in loft spaces. This helps to protect them moving forward to maintain being in those spaces following the rezoning last year. We are very pleased about that, but there's a number of bills that are going to be finishing up in the legislative session, and so we are excited about moving forward there. In our board report, we have a reminder for folks that this month, or coming up next month in June, the Rent Guidelines Board will be voting on rent increases for rent stabilized tenants in apartments, lofts, and hotel rooms. I want to encourage folks to remember to testify if you want to. There are 2 testimony dates. Both of them are unfortunately not in Manhattan. However, there are options to submit written testimony and or video testimony that is a little bit more COVID aware. And so we have some information in our board report about that, dates and times, and also links for folks to check out. So I'll put all that in the chat here in a minute. Unless there are any questions for me, that's it for me this evening.
John?
Paul, I don't know if it's too late or not. Isabel Gomez is now, I don't know if she's now on or what, but she's on now. I don't know if we missed her.
Hello?
Okay,
Is it too late?
we're already knee deep into elected official reports.
Okay,
I will make an announcement about your program during my my report, Ms. Gomez. Okay, Andrea had her hand up. Is that for Charlie, Andrea?
Hi, yeah, sorry about that. I missed, I tuned out for 1 second. I just wanted to follow up with Charlie regarding the JLWQA law, if there's any update regarding to it or a report that we can see. Apologies, sorry, I tuned out for 1 second when you were speaking about it.
Sure. So it's not in our board report because it's pretty new, but that passed out of the Assembly today. The companion bill, which is Senator Kavanaugh's, is still waiting to be passed out of the Senate. And so that's where the JLWQA bill for the Assembly member, that's where that stands. It's Assembly Bill A6975.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions for Charlie? Okay, thank you, Charlie. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, Assembly Member Epstein's office, Chanel Elliott.
I think she's there. We couldn't promote her.
Hello, good night. Good night, hello.
You're good, you're good.
Hello, everyone from Assembly Member Epstein's office. I'm gonna keep it short because I'm recovering from COVID, but I'm happy to be here tonight. Our office, because of the spike in COVID levels, we went to, we changed our work schedule. So if you need to make an appointment with the Assembly members, if you need to speak with the Assembly member, you have to make an appointment to see him or anyone in the office. We also still have plenty of PPE. We'll be giving out PPE all summer. You can call 212-979-9696 to make an appointment to pick up PPE. As they previously stated, the legislative session is coming to an end. The Assembly member is happy 3 of his bills passed this week. One dealing with electric vehicle rights and provides that homeowner associations may not adopt or enforce any rules or regulations that would effectively prohibit or impose unreasonable limitations on installation or use of electric charging stations. Another one requires colleges and universities to make public accessible annual disclosure regarding student debt loans, post-graduation, employment status for graduates, and additional information important to students and families choosing a school. And lastly, A6954C provides a deceased tenant's legal representation, the option to terminate such tenant lease upon notice to the landlord. This common sense legislation removes a burden on grieving families. It's good to be here with you guys tonight. Have a good night, everyone, from Assembly Member Epstein's office.
Thank you, Chanel. Hope you feel better soon.
I have a report. I can't drop it in the chat. I'm sorry. I'm remote.
You can email it to the office.
Thank you. Thank you.
Questions? No? Okay, thank you. State Senator Kavanaugh's office. That's Patricia, right?
Am I?
You're on, you're good. Go
I'm
ahead.
on, okay, great. Good evening, everybody. It's good to see everybody here and everybody is well and safe, hopefully. The senator is in the throes of getting here. So hopefully he'll be here before I finish the report. As far as legislation is concerned, we're in the last 2 weeks of legislative session, and he's working hard to pass through the priority housing and community bills. He has a bill that would expand SCRI and DRI eligibility for formal Mitchell-Lama tenants. This bill already passed the Senate earlier in the session, and we were just very glad to see that just yesterday. The companion bill sponsored by Assemblymember Glick passed in the Assembly as well. And we're very excited, look forward to the governor signing it very soon. We just don't know how soon is. In addition, Bill S 4937C, that would make it easier to convert hotels into permanent housing, also passed the Senate today. On the community side, let's see, the office has continued to work and support tenants in Land's End 2 at 265 South Street as the construction begins. First construction task force meeting was held earlier this month with the developer and the community convened to discuss the development and express concerns. More recently, the senator has been very concerned about the impending destruction of Rutgers Park as part of the relocation of temporary parking. This office, along with colleagues' offices and many community members, met with the developer and city agencies to discuss earlier this week. I am glad that the developer has agreed to pause the work until we can get some answers to the outstanding questions. But he strongly believes that this park and the green space must be preserved for the community use. And we shall continue to follow up on this and any other issues that arise from construction as continues. We also are anticipating a very busy summer. We've been gearing up for, we've been gearing up for community events and upcoming Family Day events. Since April 24th, we've tabled 3 events so far: community fair at Baruch Houses, University Settlement Roar at SCR Park, and a UA3 food pantry event also at Baruch. Aside from office housing assistance information, we distributed important OEM storm and heat wave information. I believe that OEM announced the upcoming hurricane season this year. It's going to be, does not look good. We also distributed reusable bags, and in addition to that, we also distributed practically 3,000 COVID test kits. Other than that, we wish everybody a good evening, stay safe, and we wish everybody good health.
You have 2 hands up.
Oh.
Richard Ropiak and then Andrea Gordillo. Richard Ropiak, go ahead.
Okay, Richard. How
Hi,
are
Pat.
you? It's good to
Yeah.
hear from you again.
The Mitchell-Lama legislation that you mentioned, when it originally passed, it was done without the input of many of the Mitchell-Lama developments. And it caused a certain amount of consternation in those developments. So I gather that's why this additional legislation had to be put together. If I don't want to take up too much time on what the corrective legislation is, if you could summarize it quickly or send it on to the community board, I would appreciate that.
I will send it. I don't have it on hand with me, and I don't want to provide any misleading information, so I will send it to the community board.
Can you tell me what the Senate number was on the legislation?
I wish I could, unfortunately.
Okay.
But I'll send you all the information that we have, okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
2 more hands up, Andrea.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Patricia, for the report. I just want to bring up the same thing I was speaking with Charlie as well. It's just more of a flag of a comment regarding, I forget the Assembly bill number, but the Senate bill is S8793 regarding the JLWQA. I just want to, again, just flag it, my concern. I've been observing it as a member of the chair of the subcommittee of the arts committee, and I just wanted to share some concerns about potentially compromising the potential artist fund and the implications that would have for CB3's very, very extensive and large arts community here. And I would just urge a little bit more caution and reconsideration on some of the details of that. Just to pass that along to the legislative teams of both of your staff. Thank you.
I certainly will. Thank you.
Thanks.
Arnett Scott.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Patricia, for your report. I just have a quick question. When you discussed that you spoke with the office spoke with the developers for the proposed developments on 265 and 275 Cherry Street, you did mention the records, the synopsis for the Rutgers Slip Park that, you know, we're able to hold off until further conversations are had. Was there any other new developments about the actual developments on the buildings for planned for 265 and 275, other than the conversation that resulted in the stopping of the park? I just wanted to know if there's any feedback on that with the developers.
I will certainly find out and send it to the community board. I was not present at that meeting, but my colleague Emily Lang was. Unfortunately, she has a meeting conflict tonight and could not be present, but I will certainly find out and send the information to the community board. Is that okay?
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Paul,
Yes, I see. I see the assembly member.
Oh, James Liu? Oh, what I was going to say is I just was told that Amy Vera is no longer with the Assembly Member New, and James Liu is here for the office.
Okay, I'll come back to him, and
Okay.
I see Assembly Member Epstein is on, so I will.
We can't promote him either.
He's on. Go ahead.
You got
Assembly
me in.
Member.
I'm here, Susan.
Oh, you got in, good.
Yeah, I did. Thank you. And I know Janelle did a quick update. I just wanted to hope everyone's doing well. And there are really these horrific, tragic times. There are not words for, between Buffalo and Texas, trauma, we're just living through really difficult times. So I appreciate everyone here and what you do in our community. And we can all keep fighting. We're going to pass them. I think I'm hopeful we'll get some good red flag law bills, strengthening bills passed this year, because at least the person in Buffalo shouldn't have had a gun. I mean, a year before we knew there were issues, and I'm not sure we could prevent these tragedies, because white supremacy is just horrific, and we see it, pervasive around our country. But we need to make sure we do a better job getting guns out of people's hands, and a lot more work needs to be done to deal with this, white supremacy and, and hate in our country. And, we're lucky that we have people who care deeply about it, but it is really a trauma that is inflicted on people in our community, Black people around our city, state, and country. And it is just, my heart goes out to those families, both in Texas and in Buffalo. Just on the other front, we only have 4 days left of the legislative session. A lot of things going to impact us. There might be a new J51 program. A lot of NYCHA Trust that came out of the Codes Committee yesterday. A lot of our NYCHA leaders have been opposed to the trust, but it's advancing in the Assembly, even though I voted against the bill. On other things on the housing front, our basement bill, we're trying to deal with the Ida, where we lost 11 New Yorkers after Hurricane Ida, to have the city have a plan. I'm not sure we're going to get anywhere this year with it, but we did get $85 million in the budget. So that's something. J51, something that our community deals with. I think we've been able to beat back the renewal 421A to date. And we've seen it really have a detrimental impact on our community. So, on the criminal justice side, there's some good work around immigrant bail bonds and really having oversight over this horrific industry of the bail bonds industry. I'm hoping that bill gets passed next week. We passed the Adult Survivor Act for people who are been victims of sexual assault. And so people will have a governor sign that bill today, and people will have a 1-year look back to be able to sue their abusers. So it's a bill 3 years in the making, and I was proud to co-sponsor that bill 3 years ago. And when we passed the Child Victim Act last year, it was really, really important that we were able to get that bill done this year as well. So I think we need to be paying attention to the city issues that we're going to be talking about in Albany. I think we'll be voting on 24-hour speed cameras next week. Looking for a council resolution hopefully tomorrow about it. So, keep in touch with our office, reach out. Janelle's always here, and I really appreciate you all, and do best. And thanks for letting me take some time.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Catherine Freed, go ahead.
Yeah, a very quick question, Harvey. I heard you say 421A. What's the status of 421A?
It's good to see you, Catherine, and seeing you back in a political and activist space instead of a different space. So it's always good. So it expires this month. When the governor tried to change it, she called it 485W, but it was, wool and sheep's clothing. We didn't think it was a good bill at that time. We kept it out of the budget, and it's really been dead. So I think the city's going to have to regroup and decide if they want to push anything. But at this point, $1.7 billion boondoggle is dead for now, which I think will save us money in the future. Obviously, we have existing 421A buildings that are going to continue, and they'll continue to get those tenants will get protection. They'll get their tax subsidies until they expire. But there won't be any new 421A units right now. I can't speak because it happens next year, and I don't know who the next governor is going to be. But at least I think we'd be able to kill it for this legislative session.
And I'm glad to hear that. When you look at the mess we have down at Two Bridges and Land's End, I mean, it's ridiculous. Thank you. Good to see you, Harvey.
You too.
One final question, Ms. Strother.
Not a question, actually a statement. I just want to say thank you to Harvey. Assemblyman Epstein.
No, you loan me long enough. It's Harvey's. You know.
Kavanaugh and Mark Levine, the borough president, for coming out and supporting the UA3 event. It was amazing. A lot of the community came out. We fed a lot of people, and your support is always. We're so grateful for it. Thank you, Harvey.
No, thank you for your work and your leadership. We are lucky in a community to have an amazing leader like you who serves our community.
I appreciate that. God bless.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. Thank you, Assembly Member, for joining us.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go back to Assembly Member News Office. The representative who's on, is it James Liu?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening,
Okay.
everybody.
Yes, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
So many people have actually reached out to us regarding the Rutgers Park demolition on Rutgers Slip. Our office was able to secure an initial pause on the proposed demolition and secured an additional pause for a few days after we organized a stakeholder meeting with the developer and agency. The developer has expressed interest in finishing this process in days rather than weeks. So we are hopeful that with further review, there will be compelling reason to cancel the work. We would like to encourage everyone in the community and the residents to continue supporting the park. And in the wake of the city canceling both the 47 Madison and 231 Grand Street sites, it's vital that the city also reconsiders the other tentative projects in the borough-based jail as we originally called for. Residents deserve the full due diligence of the city to ensure that these developments are evenly and fairly distributed. The problem, as always, is a city unwilling to engage with residents on a one-to-one level and incorporate community feedback into their planning processes. Ulene's Bill 8146 has also passed the Housing Committee. The bill, which has been drafted alongside community advocacy groups, would limit the increase in ground rent for condo buildings in the neighborhood of Battery Park City. It's vital that the families in Battery Park City can afford to remain there, and limiting the rate of increases on ground rents would be a powerful step towards ensuring that. And of course, the Assembly member has been disgusted to learn that the Supreme Court intends to overturn Roe v. Wade, and in doing so, strip women across the country of their bodily autonomy. Equally disappointing was the failure of Congress to act to codify Roe. In the Assembly, Ulene has co-signed 5 bills designed to protect the rights of New Yorkers and to support any individuals from across the country who come to New York State. This includes a bill establishing an abortion access fund, a bill ensuring that New York courts will not issue subpoenas in connection with out-of-state abortion proceedings, a bill prohibiting a bill providing legal protections for abortion providers, and a bill that prohibits the extradition of abortion providers, and a bill establishing a cause of action for unlawful interference with protected rights. The Assembly member will continue to fight to protect the rights of women, LGBTQ members, and people of our color across the state. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Carlin, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, James. Can you put in a chat room the date, time, and location of these community meetings with the developer regarding Land's End?
Absolutely. I will definitely follow up with my office and send it over. This was just a recent addition and information that we just received, so I don't believe the plans have been finalized yet. But as soon as I get that info, I'll be sure to pass it along to you and anyone else interested.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, James. Appreciate it. I guess, James, will you be representing the assembly member going forward?
I will be. My colleague Hong, who's actually sitting on this meeting right now, he will be transitioning to cover CB3 in the near future full time. So I'll be sure to make an introduction at some point as well.
Okay.
Can you send us an email on that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Go back to my list. Was I up to State Senator Kavanaugh's office, or did I get there already?
We heard from them already.
Okay, just double checking. All right, State Senator Hoyland's office. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Hi, I'm Caroline Wexelbaum. I'm from State Senator Brad Hoylman's office. I just dropped our board report in the chat, and I have to apologize in advance. It doesn't seem like all the links are working, but they're all spelled out. But if you have a problem, just email me and I will be sure to send you the right links. As you've heard already, the legislative session is ending extremely soon. But I wanted to highlight a few end of session priorities and bills that passed. First, really important, the Adult Survivors Act was signed into law today by the governor, as Assemblymember Epstein said. This is a bill that will create a 1-year window for look back window for victims of sex crimes to confront their assailants in civil court. So it's very similar to the Child Victims Act, except for this is for people over 18. So that's a really big deal. A second bill that passed today was Senator Hoylman's bill to create a dyslexia task force. So many of you might know that more than 1 in 5 students has dyslexia or another language-based learning disability. And the current system is pretty ineffective in addressing these, identifying them and addressing them. So this task force would help develop guidelines regarding screening and interventions that would help catch that early and help those students to learn in the way they need. Then finally, Senator Hoylman's bill banning PFAS in clothing passed both the Assembly and the Senate today. Passed the Assembly before and the Senate, it passed today. PFAS is a cancer-causing chemical that lives in some of our clothes, and this bill would ban it in New York State. So there's a lot more information in our board report. I'll let you enjoy it. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions for Caroline? No?
Thanks, guys.
Okay. Thank you, Caroline.
Have a good night.
Councilmember Marte's office. Thought I saw somebody on from their office.
Hi,
Jennifer.
everyone.
There you go.
Okay. So our office has introduced a bill that would call for hotels that are residentially zoned to be converted into affordable housing. We've also written a letter in regards to having an independent monitor during the city's construction of the new mega jail in Chinatown. We know that there will be serious risk, especially health risk to seniors in the area. So we want to monitor it really closely. And as some offices have mentioned earlier, there was a meeting between elected officials, community members, and agencies, and the representatives for the developers in Two Bridges, where they talked about the future of the Rutgers playground. So our office is currently working to find an alternative to that space. And we want to see what options are out there that would not destroy the playground. Additionally, Councilmember Marte has also rallied with Aitza Torres from Smith Houses and Danette from LaGuardia, along with other NYCHA TA leaders against privatizing NYCHA, against the RAD PAC program. And then recently, the council member has also met with the board at Hillman and Amalgamated to talk about the STEAM relocation due to the Esker project. And then finally, we're in the final weeks of budget negotiations. On the citywide level, we want to prioritize advocating for more parks and cultural institutions. But then on a more local level, we're looking to fund our local nonprofits and schools. And we will have more specifics about what we fund during the next meeting when things are more finalized. And I'll also share my info in the chat.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. I see 2 hands up, Michelle and then Carla.
Thanks, Jennifer, for coming. I saw that, I know you mentioned that the council member proposed a bill to promote converting hotels to affordable housing. But after the city council the last city council made building hotels illegal, basically through the special permit process, hotels are currently selling for over $1,000 per foot. So square foot, excuse me. So how do you propose that these conversions will be funded? I mean, the state tried to do a similar thing and there's only one applicant. So I'm really wondering if this will do anything and if the council member is proposing funding for it. Thank you.
Yeah, so I could get back to you with more information with that question. But right now I don't have the answer to that specific question. But I think our land use director and legislative director have been working more closely with the issue.
Thank you. And I know also that someone asked a couple of months ago about how the council member proposes to both close Rikers and not open another jail in Chinatown. And I don't know if we ever got an answer on that. So thank you.
Thank you. Carlin, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Circling back to Land's End Development. Was the Land's End Tenants Association and the surrounding buildings notified of this public meeting that you had with the, or rather the council member had with the developers? Was it available to the public?
To be honest, I'm not sure.
You just said you had a public hearing with them.
We had a meeting with them. I didn't attend the meeting personally, but someone from our office did.
Yeah, yeah, I'm in contact with some of the residents from 265 and 275, and they didn't know about this meeting. So if it was, I think if you have a future meeting, you need to include the tenants associations and also the tenants from the surrounding projects.
Definitely.
Just for transparency's sake, you know. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I'll pass that along.
Thank you, Carla. Valentina, last hand. Go ahead.
My question is the blueprint to end gun violence that Eric Adams put out. One of the things in here is expanding hospital-based violence intervention programs. While I know that Gouverneur is not a hospital, but there is quite a bit of gun activity on Cherry Street, lands into Rutgers. And so, you know, my question is, are they planning to also expand this program into Gouverneur Health, although it's not a hospital? The blueprint says expanding into hospitals. So if you can find out or advocate that they expanded to Gouverneur Health because of the gun activity on Cherry Street, it would be much appreciated. And I guess I want to reinforce what Carlin said, that I think that whenever you're meeting about the residents of Lands End 2, Lands End 2 Residents Association should be informed so that there's some kind of input from the people that are going to be most impacted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jennifer? Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
Thought I saw Isabel on, Councilmember Rivera's office.
Yes, hi, good evening. So nice to see everyone. What a quick meeting. Thank you, Paul, for keeping all of us accountable to our time. I will try to be brief. It was nice to see some folks at the Avenues for Justice code naming celebration on Saturday. I'd like to thank, oh, I'm so sorry to introduce myself, Isabel Chandler from Councilmember Carlina Rivera's office. Just want to thank CB3 for your support in the code naming for Avenues for Justice on Avenue B and 6th Street. I also wanted to share that the council member, in partnership with other elected officials, including Senator Hoylman, Assembly Member Epstein, we have been working on meeting with City Hall and SOC 64 about the future of PS 64, Charis. So we're still working through those updates, but we're very happy that there have been clear lines of communication so far with the new administration. This past month, Councilmember Rivera introduced legislation to create a citywide master greenway plan to connect and link, fund, and take care of our city's greenways, particularly in neighborhoods and communities where they don't have the resources that we are lucky to have with Avenue B open streets, with you know, relatively, we have bike lanes, quite a few. The council member also this week held the Committee on Criminal Justice's executive budget meeting. We are working very hard to achieve a budget that is not where we're at right now with the Department of Correction. I'm happy to speak more with anyone if they have questions. Our office has also been following up with NYCHA on updates on Brachetti and the scaffolding repairs. We still anticipate the scaffolding to be removed this summer, but the communication has been certainly challenging between residents and NYCHA. The last update is that the council is working this week to get more control and or oversight on speed cameras from Albany. I'll definitely have updates for you all next month on that. And then last but not least, I just want to name the horrific violence we've seen. It's so disappointing to have to speak to not one, but multiple acts of terror and violence in Buffalo, in the subway station at Canal Street, at the school in Texas today. But everything that we can do on a city level to support ending gun violence and access to guns, we're committed to doing. And that's it for me. If anyone has any questions, happy to speak to them.
I see one hand, and that's Troy Velez. Go ahead, Troy.
Yeah, I don't have a question directly towards anyone. I just want to make a statement. Like this past week and today, we talked about Texas, we talked about Canal Street, but we failed to talk about the Lower East Side and the violence that's going on here. And I'm very disappointed with our board and the elected officials. We had 3 or 4 murders take place on the Lower East Side directly, and no one today has spoke about it. The gang violence or whatever they want to call it. We need to address it as a community board, as elected officials, and so on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Troy. Any other questions or for Caroline? I mean, for Isabel, sorry. No, thank you, Isabel. All DA Bragg's office on? No, is DA Bragg's office on? Isn't that Ms. Chen? No? Crickets, okay. All right, so Eric, has the borough president made an appearance? As we're gonna start moving forward. That's for Eric Quayle.
Unfortunately, no, not yet. I think it'll still be a little later, so I'll let him know that he may have to speak a little bit later than that.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you to our elected officials. Am I missing anybody? Did I miss anybody? Did I'm going once, twice, 3 times sold? Okay, we're good here. Ms. Calderon, welcome. You have your hand up. Your question?
Yes, good evening. My name is Anna Calderon. Well, I wanted to say the other issue that wasn't brought up, it's the issue between Avenue A and First Avenue, all the vendors on the street. They're doing it in front of the Catholic school, Immaculate Conception. The kids see this when they come out of school. Immaculate Conception is losing students. A lot of students are not coming back next year, I mean. I'm just wondering what kind of help, what can we do? I know the 9th precinct, they go around, the people leave, and then once the officers leave, they come back to sell.
Ms. Calderon, first of all, welcome to the board. And 2, that is already being addressed by the council member's office, and they've been doing a lot of work on it already. So thank you. All right.
Oh, okay. I had no idea.
Not a problem. Not a problem. We'll we can have a conversation offline about it. Now that you're a new member, we can talk about it. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other questions for public officials, for elected officials? Jackie, you have a question for an elected official?
No, I have a question after you close the public session, I mean, the official session.
Okay, Chantel, do you have a question for any of the last officials?
No, I don't, but Paul, I think Anna, that was what you just said to Anna is confusing, and maybe you should just explain a little bit more about why you're having her talk offline, because she's new. I didn't understand, so maybe.
Yes, she's new, so I will explain to her that specific
Right, but
topic.
it's at this moment though, it's confusing to her, so maybe it would be.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Because it's not part of the agenda tonight, Ms. Calderon, we will talk about it offline, so I could give you background as to what has been going on with that specific situation that you're referencing to, the vendors on 14th Street. So I could give you the whole background of what's been going on and how this is being addressed.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you. Okay, I will be moving on to the roll call and approval of minutes of March 2022.
Sorry, Paul, I have a question. I got a message right after you closed the public session that there are other people signed up to speak for the public session but not called. So how are you gonna
I'm
do that?
gonna address that right now. So for public session on the website, and this has been going on since we've gone to the Zoom era, public session forms are to be filled out by 12 o'clock day of. We are generous enough to have a grace period of up until 2 o'clock is when I get those public session forms. After that, I do not accept any more public session forms. Public session forms are active the minute we put the agenda up throughout the entire month, all the way up until pretty much 2 o'clock day of full board meeting. So if people were not called upon, is because we probably received something very late or didn't receive it at all, and it wasn't in my possession.
So they said, I mean, the person said that they already submitted the form before 2 o'clock. So how do we verify that?
I have the very timestamps, Jackie.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions along those lines? Okay. Sorry if I didn't get to any of those. Those did not come in before the hours that I get them. All right. Thank you. All right, so now we will go to the roll call and the approval of minutes for March 2022. Ms. Larissa, go right ahead.
All right, thank you very much, Paul. Okay, roll call. David Adams,
Yes.
Yaron Altman,
Yes.
Sarah Rose Bachu.
Can you just explain what you're doing so that I know when I'm saying yes or no? What I'm doing?
Sure. So we are taking roll call and vote for the minutes. Since you were
And-
not present for the previous.
Larissa, I'm
order
going to
review.
jump in really quick.
Sure,
I'm
go right
sorry
ahead,
for
Paul,
all the
no
new
worries.
members. My apologies. I should have mentioned this just now. This is a roll call attendance vote for the approval of minutes of March 2022. You were not here in March 2022, but welcome in May 2022. You're more than welcome to abstain on that vote, but it will count as your attendance.
You will be counted present, but you can abstain.
Okay, let's go with that since I wasn't here. Thanks.
Sure. Thanks for explaining, Paul. Okay, Lee Berman,
Yes.
Ana Calderon,
Present.
and is that a yes, Alda? Ana?
Yes.
Thank you. Carlin Chan,
Yes.
David Crane,
Yes, here. Here, it's
Eric-
not a yes or no vote.
okay, present. Okay, thank you. Eric Diaz,
Yes.
Tariq Darrell,
Yes.
Alistair Economacus,
Yes.
Jamie Felber. Jamie Felber going once, going twice. Okay, Laura Fenn.
You mean Larry?
Larry, I apologize, Larry.
Present.
Thank you. Shirley Fennessy. Is Shirley on? I thought I saw her a few minutes ago. Okay. Catherine Freed.
I am present.
Present, thank you. Ryan Gilliam.
Yes.
Deborah Glass.
Present.
Jake Gold.
Abstain, thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Gordillo.
Yes.
Caniel Hernandez.
Yes.
Herman Hewitt.
Yes.
Trevor Holland.
Yes, present.
Present. Oh, is that a yes or present?
Yes, both.
Yes. Great, thank you. Valentina Jones.
Present, yes.
Olympia Kasi.
Yes.
Jeanette Kim. Jeanette Kim. Michelle Coopersmith.
Present.
Mei Lee.
Present.
Wendy Lee.
Present.
Alicia Lewis Coleman.
Yes.
Amanda Liu.
Abstain.
David Louie.
Present.
Laura Lugo. Paul Rangel.
Yes.
Damaris Reyes. Damaris. Okay, Richard Ropiak.
Yes.
Thomas Rosa.
Yes.
Thank you. Robin Chattel.
Yes.
Heidi Schmidt.
Yes.
Arnett Scott.
Abstaining.
Larissa Shaneberg, yes. Anisha Stevens.
Yes.
Sandra Struther. Sandra Struther.
Yes, yes,
Thank-
sorry.
Thank you. I knew I saw you there. Okay, Daniel Tano.
Yes.
Okay, Josephine Velez.
Yes.
Troy Velez.
Yes.
Rodney Washington.
Yes.
Joshua Waterman.
Present.
Kathleen Webster.
Here.
Jackie Wong.
Yes.
July Yang.
Abstain?
Great. Okay, that completes roll call. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Larissa. All right.
Oh, it looks like Laura just signed in.
Oh, Laura, do you want me to go back with her? Laura?
Hi.
Hi. Okay, we're
Is there
taking roll
attendance?
call. Yes, present, abstain, no.
Roll call, yes.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have two hands up already and I haven't given my report. So Robin and David, what's going on?
Hey, I don't know when to bring this up, Paul, and this is about, since we've been remote, I don't know where this rule came from, but or when to bring it up or how we can discuss it, but the fact that, people have to sign up by noon on the day to be able to speak, it's something that has been on my mind for a while, since when we were in person, you could show up at, 7 o'clock and sign up. So I don't know how that came about, or if that was an executive committee decision, but I'm curious to know if there's a way we can vote on that as a community board and maybe change that going forward. I know we're going to try to go in person.
Noted, I'll address it in my report.
Great, thanks.
Okay, we have a lot of questions all of a sudden. Okay, David and then Sandra, go ahead.
Okay, it's really just a technicality, but I did blurt out my vote, but it's not a yes or no vote. We don't approve the minutes. It would be absurd if we didn't produce minutes. Anything that the secretary or whomever puts before us as minutes are going to be the minutes unless we modify them. So we don't have approval or disapproval of the minutes. And if we ever, God forbid, ended up voting them down, I'm just going to say that wasn't actually a legitimate vote. So it'd be better maybe if we just start doing present as the first roll call.
Thank you, David. Estrada.
Would it be helpful if we sent confirmations out to people once they signed up? Would that be possible?
Okay, we'll talk about that when I get to my report.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Now it's time for my report. All right. Thank you, David, for that and those questions. Good evening, everyone. It's 7:51 p.m. I know we have some things to discuss tonight, so I'm going to try to make my report brief. I want to welcome all the new members of Manhattan Community Board 3 that were just recently appointed. Welcome to the board. I know coming into the Zoom era is going to be a little bit difficult and a little bit of a challenge. It's been difficult and a bit of a challenge over these past couple of years and maneuvering on how we do things. So it is my intent over the next couple of weeks to set up a opportunity to meet all the new members from 2022, 2021, and 2020 that came in during the Zoom era, and maybe a little bit of a new member kind of get together or something like that. So that way I get a chance to meet all of you, we meet each other, and we can answer questions and get a chance to hang out a little bit and get a chance to know each other as well. And of course, I would invite all the current members that are already here who would want to drop by as well. We will probably send out committee assignment forms in the next few days, so all of you can get a chance to see the committees in action over the next couple of weeks. I believe when you were appointed, it was about 2 weeks ago, a little over a week ago, and the only committees that were available to be seen were SLA and land use. So there are other committees to see, so you get a chance to get a feel for everything, and then we can probably make decisions as to which committees people will be assigned to. So we will send that sheet out in the next week or so you can have an idea about that, or a little, and be able to make those choices and rank out what you want to do. I want to thank all the members who are no longer former members of Community Board 3 for their service. Some people didn't reapply, and some people were not reappointed. So we are grateful to their service, and we thank them as we move forward now in our current state. I believe we are at 49 members right now, and we will see what happens in the future if there's one member missing. And we are working with the Borough President's office on that. I want to thank the people, all the members who came out to the Avenues for Justice event on Saturday for the street co-naming. It was a wonderful day. Not to mention that it was about 95 degrees and I chose to wear a blazer and decided to sweat about 10 pounds off. So it was tons of fun. I never ran home so quick to change in my life. I think I was at Usain Bolt speed getting home to get back because I was sweating like it was nobody's business, but it was a wonderful day, a wonderful event. So many people came out and I'm glad it was, I'm glad it went well for everyone. So I also want to thank some of the members that came out to the tabling event a couple of weeks ago at SDR. Thank you for coming out and supporting. I know it was a dreary day and it was about to pour rain, and it was a fun day. We got a chance to talk to some people from the community, and it was a lot of fun. All right, I'm going to get to this in my executive committee report. You're going to see the resolution about hybrid meetings. If you noticed on the vote sheet, it says the next community board meeting will take place at PS 20. We do have to look at this resolution tonight because this will determine how things will go forward for us, unless there's a state of emergency that's going to continue on, which would allow us to remain on Zoom. But we will be back to face after June 14th, because right now the executive order only goes through June 14th. All right. So, but we will look at the resolution tonight. I'll explain to you some of the parameters of that and what are some of the procedures that will go behind that and what does that look like going forward. It's very tricky, but we received a lot of guidance from the Borough President's office. The resolution is based off the memo that was sent to us as well. I believe every board is doing a very similar type of resolution. I know 3 other community boards or full boards are meeting tonight. Some met this past Thursday and they were passing the same resolution because they needed to, and we need to as well if we choose to go that way. But that will be up, and that will be up shortly. That is going to be it for right now. In terms of that debate in my head has been going on a little bit in terms of the public speaker forms. I don't know if we will actually change the time, but we do give a grace period as it is right now. That is a conversation I will definitely have with the executive committee at some point, probably at the next executive committee meeting, to determine whether or not we will extend the time on that. All right, I believe that has been a policy that's in place since we've moved into the remote meeting policies. All right. Alicia, go ahead.
Hey, I'm sorry, Paul. I just got to weigh in really quickly on what you were saying about the public speaker forms. So if I'm not mistaken, we never let people sign up at 7 p.m. because we were already working at 7 p.m. People had until 6:30, and that's when Ed or Susan would give me the public speaker forms, and that was that. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Strother, you have your hand up, go ahead.
What about my comment about a confirmation? Is that something that we can do?
That's something that I'll bring up as well.
Oh, I thought you finished, sorry.
Yeah, if there's a confirmation, that's something I'll discuss with the executive committee as well.
Okay.
Ms. Kazi.
Thank you. Is there a reason you call us today with our last names?
Do you prefer that I go by first names? It's the educator.
Yeah, I mean, in the past 5 years, I'm always Olympia, so I'm now Miss Kazi. I was like, what did I do?
I'm sorry if you feel like you're in trouble. I apologize. Olivia.
So thank you. So my question, I also feel that ever since, at the beginning, there was a pandemic, we didn't know how to do a lot of stuff. We had to, a learning curve with Zoom, etc. However, even in my borough president interview, other community board members were using Google Docs for the committee work, and they were like very flexible and quick on accepting, changes. And I feel, by now, we could be more flexible, like say, because of Zoom, we need an extra hour, but making it like 7 hours ahead of time or 5 hours ahead of time, maybe we are adding an obstacle in public participation that we don't really need, because as you know, very often people get frustrated when we do that. And I would love for us to have less members of the public frustrated and give them more opportunities to participate if they want to,
I completely understand. And it's definitely something I will bring up with the executive and how we can make this better. Any other questions for me? Okay, all right. Thank you, everyone, and I'll move over to the district manager's report. Oh, Deborah, you got your hand up in right at the last second. Go ahead, Deborah.
I'm sorry. Something occurred to me as I was sort of going through the previous minutes. So what do I do if I have a question about something that's in those minutes? Like I have a question about the Moxie Hotel in the March minutes, talked about community outreach that they did to, I guess, adjacent businesses and people on the block. And I'm curious, I'm just curious what kind of community outreach that they did. I live in the neighborhood. I'm part of the park. I don't recall any outreach from them. So how do I get clarification on that?
Are you talking about how to change that in the minutes?
No, I'm not talking. I just want to get information. What was the community outreach? Because it specifically said something like applicant engaged in community outreach by sending mailers to and hosting meetings with residents of adjacent buildings and by hosting meetings with the public and contacting local block associations.
Okay. I'm gonna defer this question to the district manager. Go ahead, Susan.
Yep. Thank you.
So, first, as I think Paul was going to say, when we are approving the minutes or not approving the minutes, I think generally we're not going to be able to answer those kind of questions about the minutes. But I, the outreach did happen. I was informed of the steps at the time, but what I would suggest, if you want details, to send me an email and I'll forward it so you could get the information.
Great, because I'm wondering if there was any contact with people associated with the park that's near there. So
I will get you the information.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now that's the end of my report. I will go over to the district manager and her report. Go ahead, Susan.
Sure, thank you. So I want to again welcome all the new members and ask you, please, if you have, just any questions about how things are done, feel free to shoot me an email. Calling is sometimes hard to connect, but I always watch the emails. And for the public, Paul mentioned that the executive order is until June 14th. What has been happening is often just a day or two before the expiration, there will be an extension. So the board members would certainly be notified and will change, but I want to just warn everybody to watch the website because meetings may change from hybrid or in person to all virtual. Give people a heads up as we're coming out of the pandemic. Alternate side street parking regulations are going to go back into effect on July 5th. I think a lot of that is because of the complaints about all the garbage and rats.
Susan, you muted yourself. Hold on.
Thank you. I moved my paper. Thanks. People are seeing a lot of open street programs right now. We were not informed, but I have now found out that regulations have changed. Last year, we had open culture, we had open restaurant, we had just open streets. Now there is just one program. And I'm hoping to get more information at the transportation committee, because there's just not been good communication about whether there can be restaurants on all open streets, whether the open culture programming is appropriate for all open streets. So we're just trying to get more information on that. And also the police and the fire department also didn't know. So I will hope they will be able to come to the meeting also. On block parties, I'm getting a lot of complaints to the office about commercial block parties, which also is something relatively new that we were not informed about. It used to be for nonprofits. Now there are a lot of commercial events, and we'll have to be working with the precincts on how to make sure, one, they don't impact neighboring businesses in a negative way, and also monitor the sound. Let's see. We got a report on from Goddard Homeless Outreach. I'm just trying to look. They have had 166 clients in Community Board 3 that are on case management. That's a tremendous amount, and it doesn't include all the people living on the street that are not in case management. They've also, we had a conversation at the district service on how the sweeps are impacting the homeless outreach, and they create distrust of city agencies. Also, sometimes it's really hard to find the people if they've been moved. There are people in 3 parks with the most people right now are Tompkins Square Park, SDR Park, and in Columbus Park. Columbus is the only one. Well, Columbus and Tompkins are both able to be locked, but people go in after they're locked. And in Columbus Park particularly, we do need translation services that we don't have. I hope that comes up in our district needs this year. We need both Spanish and Chinese translation. And that's it, unless there's questions.
Any questions? I think I see Catherine's hand up. Go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah, just a quick one. Susan, you mentioned about the commercial block parties. Are they required to have some kind of local or sponsor?
Not like it used to be, not anymore.
Yeah.
They're not officially called block parties. They're events like opening events or various other events. But they no longer have to have a 501c3 or a nonprofit.
So none of the local associations or streets or whatever are getting any money for it.
No, that's correct.
Whose idea was that?
They're benefiting the commercial entity that has it.
And we lit our streets for that?
Well, they're not closing the whole street, but they're having events which take up space in the street. I have complaints right now about how it impacts other businesses. I plan to have a meeting with the 7th precinct probably tomorrow or the next day about this. You know, I think we can control them somewhat. After there are problems, the police are very good about denying further permits. So we do have some control, and I want to really urge people to complain because that way we can put in complaints. But yes, they are being approved.
Okay, good to know. Thanks.
Olympia, go ahead.
Thank you. So Susan, to this point of complaining, you know, if we don't want to complain, but we want to change the policy, is this like a DOT thing that created this?
It's a street activity permit office, and the policy hasn't even been, we haven't even been informed of it. It doesn't come to us. I
So
mean,
can we maybe call them at the, transportation or parks next month to clarify their policy this way? Instead of complaining, maybe we find a way to.
I am actually trying to get them at a borough service cabinet meeting to explain to all 12 wards, because this is, not just a CB3 issue.
That would be great. And the other thing that I wanted to mention about the homeless sweeps that, as you know, I experienced many in front of my home. Another thing that I noticed that was very awkward is that the sanitation trucks that come when these sweeps take place end up actually also, once they arrest the people and they throw away the tents, etc., they actually don't pick up the regular street garbage. So we had, when a lot of sweeps were happening, we actually had also garbage accumulation. That was very weird. So this is something to note, because I'm not sure they're collaborating with the regular trucks.
Let me just back up so I can understand. Are you saying that they're not picking up the garbage from the encampments, or are you saying they're not picking up other garbage on the street?
Exactly. So basically,
which are you saying?
The second one, that basically what happened the days that we had the sweeps and the many arrests,
garbage trucks have their routes and they pick up the street garbage. The homeless encampment is not going to be picking up street garbage.
So that's what I was asking. So basically the sanitation truck that comes that day is not a regular sanitation truck. It's just a sanitation truck assigned for a homeless sweep alone.
Correct.
Good, thank you, because it was very confusing.
Response, terrorist response and everything else.
Thank you.
I think that's it, right?
It looks like it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Susan. All right.
And Paul, I just wanted
I will get to him right now. So our borough president is on. Mark Levine, go ahead.
Well, it's great to see you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everybody. Oh my goodness, my heart is so heavy with the news out of Texas tonight. It's just shattering. It's almost hard to think about anything else. The death toll has actually risen just in the last few minutes. And I know it's weighing heavily on all of you. And especially this hits close to home because we suffered our own shooting this week right in Chinatown with the subway shooting in the Canal Street station. Daniel Enriquez, who was fatally shot. Thankfully, this afternoon, we learned that the suspect has been apprehended. But my goodness, what a painful reminder of the work this country has to do to tackle the epidemic of gun violence, the easy availability of guns. Saw it in Buffalo. And it's something that all of us need to do much, much more to once and for all address. On a slightly more positive note, I am thrilled to welcome so many new board members to CB3. We had an unbelievably competitive application process. We had 900 members worldwide. So fewer than 1 in 3 were we able to appoint. And there's a few members, great members here on CB3 that we'll be saying goodbye to. I just want to thank so much for their years of service. Jonathan Chu, Linda Jones, Michael Marino, Alexandra Militano, Michael Perlis, Ricky Wong, Jesse Beck, Eileen Luo, and Tatiana Jorio. Also welcoming new members. So just an incredible, dynamic, new collection of leaders joining the board for the first time. Julie Yang, Anna Calderon, Amanda Liu, Jake Gold, Larry Fenn, Arnett Scott, Councilmember Catherine Freed, Josh Waterman, and Sarah Bachu. Congratulations and welcome to you all. I've gotten to know many of you throughout the application process. Could not be more inspired by you and thrilled to work with you here on CB3. The biggest operational concern that we're focused on in the Borough President's Office related to the community boards that I know you are very concerned about as well is the open meetings law. The current law, the emergency order that we've been under is set to expire on June 14th. And the new regime that's coming into place, while better than reverting to what had been the rule pre-pandemic, will leave us with some challenges. I know you've been discussing this in great detail here on the board, but in short, it will require you to make quorum through in-person attendance by board members. And that raises the stakes on excused absences and how you determine who can connect virtually, et cetera. There are also questions about COVID protection protocols, the extent to which you can screen for vaccination and masks, et cetera. So we are deeply engaged on this. We are regularly seeking and distributing legal counsel on how to navigate. And we're seeking to get the kinds of rulings that we think are justified from the law department to give you the flexibility. We also understand that running a meeting in hybrid format is difficult, that it is resource intensive, it requires technology, it requires staffing, and we want to support you in that so that going forward, you can succeed in running a hybrid meeting well, which again is not easy. So this has been and will continue to be a top priority for our office. Finally, you often hear me speak about COVID, and I'm really looking forward to not having to do that anymore. But I have to mention that we are once again in the midst of a wave. We've made enormous progress in recent months. We have new tools we didn't have, abundant testing, we have antiviral treatments. Despite all that, we're just seeing a continued increase in the number of cases. It's not in the news, but I think all of us are feeling it in our life. People in our life, maybe some of you, I hope not, are getting sick. And sadly, the number of hospitalizations is also steadily increasing. We have to continue to take this seriously. We have to push booster shots. We have to wear masks in public indoor settings. We have to get tested regularly. We have to get screened for treatments if we test positive. We have to stay home if we're sick. These are the guidelines that we have to continue to remind people. You as leaders, as community board members, you have a voice, you have a platform, you have trust. My ask is that you continue to use it, not to tell people to be panicked, because that is not justified, but to remind people that we still have to take this virus seriously, especially in the midst of what is incredibly our fifth wave. So I'm going to pause there. Really appreciate having a chance to say hello to all of you. I don't know if your format or time allows for questions. If so, I'm happy to take it. Paul, it's at your discretion. I am able to stay for a few minutes if that's appropriate. I see that Valentina's already got her hand up. Back to you, Paul.
I appreciate it, Mr. Borough President, and Valentina, you can go ahead.
Since the other person also, the blueprint to end gun violence that was put out by the mayor's office. One of the things it says expanded healthcare, expanding hospital-based violence intervention programs. The thing is, down here on the Lower East Side, we've had some gun violence on Cherry Street, Lands End 2, and Ruckus Houses. Gouverneur Health, which is about a block or so from us, is not a hospital. But my question is Gouverneur Health going to be one of the places where they will expand the hospital-based violence intervention programs? And if not, can you advocate for us, because we've had quite a bit of violence on Cherry Street?
Well, it's first of all, Valentina, you are just consistently an important leader on public health, and I've really valued working with you. And you are right to understand the epidemic of gun violence as a public health crisis, and hospital interventions are extremely important. And I don't actually know whether that program is going to be implemented at the Gouverneur, but it should be. And we will add our voice to that. And of course, my office appoints the members of the Community Advisory Board at Gouverneur. So we'll use that forum to advocate for this, and also if folks are interested in stepping up and leading in that capacity, we welcome that as well. So thank you for raising that, and we will pursue that. Thank you so much, Valentina.
One other thing that I ask is our meeting, oh, screen change. Our meeting, I'm looking at this proposal here and more specific in-person locations. One of my issues with the school that we go to is not well ventilated. There are no windows. And I'm very uncomfortable someplace that's not well ventilated, because the World Health Organization encourages, good ventilation, which is basically air that's coming from the outside inside. And so I just think one of the things to look at is the location, that it should be well ventilated locations. If it's indoors, it should be well ventilated.
Yes. Look, indoor air quality has to be a huge priority for the city coming out of the pandemic. In residential spaces, by the way, in commercial buildings and government buildings. We're actually working on legislation on this. In my office, we're at very early stages, but I really want to engage CB3 on this as it moves along. But in terms of your specific point about community board meeting venues for in-person or hybrid, we are concerned about venues that are appropriate in the COVID era. And I mentioned two factors, which are screening or requirements for vaccination and masking, but also ventilation. So we'd love to work with CB3 in finding appropriate venues and or upping the indoor air quality at existing venues. I do agree it's an important issue. Thank you for raising it.
Yeah, thank you.
Olympia and then Carlin.
Thank you. You have been an official that has really, helped us during the pandemic with a lot of the advocacy that you did at City Council. And so, we look up to you now as our borough president to really help us with clear guidance when it doesn't come through. So specifically, my concern right now is about what is happening in the elementary schools. I have 2 kids in the elementary school, and my daughter is not yet 5, so there is no vaccine for her. Her school, since April 25, we started receiving these very stressful emails every night. And we had anywhere between 5, 3, 4 to 1 cases every 2-3 days. That means every time is a new kid, most probably, right? Because they only count them as active for 4 days. So despite that, there are no masking. So the masking is abysmal. In my kids' first grade, that is not mandatory, it's 2 kids out of 30. And because DOE doesn't allow the principals to even share common sense information, like we are in high alert, maybe consider masking your unvaccinated kid or unqualified for vaccination kid. So this has put a lot of tension in families and in schools. And because the principals are not allowed to say anything because DOE, hasn't put any mandatory masking, but doesn't even give advice for masking when we are in high and medium alert. And so whatever you can do from your pulpit, that would be really appreciated, because it is very dangerous what is happening right now.
Olympia, thank you for those very important comments. There seems to be a disconnect between the Department of Health and the Department of Education right now, because the Department of Health, as you know, has issued, we're not in medium alert status for COVID. We're now in high alert status for COVID. And they have been very clear that they are strongly urging students to wear masks in school. It sounds like that message is not being delivered at the level of the school. I would be happy to maybe connect with you offline if I or we can call your school, if that would be helpful. I'll also mention a secondary issue, which is the supply of high quality masks. Schools really need to be giving out copious supplies of high quality masks, which is, as you know, KF94 or higher, that are appropriately sized, so that we remove that barrier as well. I think the era of cloth masks and fabric masks being adequate is over because of the contagious nature of the new variants. But if you want to connect with my office, I or we could reach out to your school directly, but I think there's a systemic problem. Eric Cuello, who's my wonderful team member here, is on the Zoom, and he may have done this already, but if Eric, you could put your contact info in the chat, just so that Olympia and any others know how to reach you. So thank you for this. Look forward to working with you.
All right, last question for the borough president, Carla, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Mark.
Hey, Carla.
I was just wondering, how far along are we, or is your office actually in acquiring the technology required to facilitate a hybrid meeting? And the staffing, that you're going to need staffing for this.
You mean my personal, offices that we host?
Well, no, I mean for the different community boards. What are the?
Oh,
seven
we
community boards in
have a lot
Manhattan?
of work to do. We need to help you get, there's equipment that is excellent for hybrid meetings, but that most boards don't have yet. It's a way to make sure that the video is works both for people who are in person and virtual. You need to have higher level microphones, and there's software that can spot like the person who's speaking. There are boards which are doing this well, and we want to do information sharing and dissemination of the hardware and of the knowledge. We're going to be deeply engaged on this to support you every way we can. Thank you, Carla. And I do apologize. I have to go in a minute because it's just a long. Susan, are you actually raising your hand for a comment?
Yeah,
or?
I can't raise my hand because I'm a host. So I just wanted to mention, I know some boards do have spaces where they can do that. We actually can do that in our office, which is good for very tiny meetings. When it comes to full board meetings, it's not, I just want to keep reminding people, it's not just the equipment, it's carrying the equipment to the place, setting it up, and then somebody taking it somewhere afterward. It costs, actually, we can have it done, $500 full board. So I think it might be more viable to actually have the service, be able to have a service and be able to pay someone to do that for us.
Okay, I'm so sorry that I have to run. It's just long back-to-back events, but thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for these great questions. I always love coming to CB3, and congrats again to our new leadership here. I look forward to working with all of you. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Borough President. Okay. I think the Borough President has set me up nicely for our executive committee report. So I will talk about this right now. So, when the law came out about several weeks ago, we were trying to figure out, how this was going to affect community boards and open meeting law. And we had an extensive conversation about it at Borough Board this past Thursday morning. I know I was pretty active in asking questions similar to what was just asked about funding and, the technology and setting up. This is going to be quite the stretch going forward. Kind of almost hoping the executive order keeps going and going and going so we can put this off, but I have a feeling this executive order will expire on June 14th. So I do have the resolution up. If it's in the vote sheet that was sent to you. I will share my screen with everyone just so we can take a look at it. I will open up debate on it and any questions as to what this is going to look like. He did mention something very important, that full board, we're supposed to be in quorum in person. Everybody else can be on virtual, but there's a lot of caveats to that. So we're going to go over that, and I can share my screen. Give me 1 second so we can go over that. Screen 2. There we I don't think I'm sharing. There we go. There we go. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna put it right here. I'm looking off the vote sheet. I apologize. I'll try to zoom in a little bit. Okay, hopefully that's a little bit better for everyone. I'll go through it and then I'll take any questions, but this is all the language that has been given to us. The CV3 procedures and criteria for hybrid meetings under modified open meeting law. In order for us to comply with the law, these are the things that have to come into play. The procedures will apply to committees and task force as well as full board. Meetings will be held with some members attending remotely, but a quorum of the board members will be present at one or more specific in-person locations. These locations will provide it for attendance by the public. The circumstances or specific circumstances or conditions under which members will be permitted to participate from remote locations are as follows. Circumstances should qualify as extraordinary. All right. Disability, illness, unexpected caregiving responsibilities, unexpected work travel, and will permit a member to attend remotely. Medical condition creating vulnerability to COVID verified with a note from a doctor will suffice to go under the remote location. Meeting procedures for remote attendance requires the following criteria. When a member attends virtually, the name and specific reasons for virtual attendance will be noted in the board minutes. Any members participating virtually cannot be counted towards the quorum. Members appearing virtually must at all times be able to be heard, seen, and identified. In other words, they must be continually visible on video with identification. The public will be able to attend remotely and participate in the public session as those members of the public attending in person. Meetings where members are participating virtually will utilize technology to permit access by members of the public with disabilities consistent with the 1990 Americans with Disabilities Act as amended and corresponding guidelines. Notices of meetings where there will be virtual participation by board members set forth that fact, and in addition to listing the physical locations where the public can attend, provide information as to how the public can participate virtually. The notice should also state where members of the public can locate documents relevant to the matters to be considered at the meeting. Minutes of meetings where there was virtual participation must be posted within the time set forth, and that a transcript of the meeting be available on request. In addition to regular attendance information, the minutes must identify which members on the board participated virtually and set forth the reason justifying such attendance. I'll just go down. And nobody signed up for the public hearing portion today. We had those up for quite some time. So we technically held the public hearing, which is why I did this at the very beginning. Therefore be resolved, the Community Board 3 Manhattan will institute open meeting app. Amended procedures provided by the New York State open meeting laws of 2022 set forth in this resolution to permit modified hybrid meetings. Therefore be further resolved that this board finds that where the state or local government issues a finding of a state of emergency, that such condition giving rise to the declaration would impair and affect the board from holding fully in-person meetings. It's a lot. I will take any questions about that right now. Hold on. I'm going to just stop my share quickly so I can answer questions. I see 4 hands. I see Arnett Scott. Go ahead, Arnett.
I went through it before, and I'm just interested in, like what Valentina brought up, if there's a meeting space that someone feels uncomfortable with because of COVID, like poor ventilation, not adequate space to fill, if someone feels uncomfortable. That's not listed in there. It's mainly about medical and or other reasons. Is that something that we can use as a discretionary excuse if a board member is uncomfortable because of the spacing, because of COVID? Is that something we can look at?
Thank you for that question. It's something we did bring up and it's been pretty much identified to us through the Borough President's office and through the memo that won't be necessarily an excuse, which is why these are the parameters set forth. We had a lot of questions. We know a lot of people are going to be uncomfortable. I think in this is a rough one, but I'm more than willing to have conversations with everybody offline and their level of comfort on this situation. I understand. Yeah, we have to stick to these guidelines, and I believe every board is doing the same thing. Next hand I see is Michelle.
Thanks, Paul. I just wanted to confirm some stuff that we talked in exec about, which is one that if people are concerned about the medical listing, but I think we determined, right, that you would just write medical. You wouldn't say a specific medical condition on the minutes, correct?
Absolutely not. I'm very well aware of privacy. If there's a medical condition that's going to not permit you from attending physically, I will in the minutes just write medical in parentheses as to why you're not there.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the other thing is that this gives us the option to do hybrid, right, and abide by the open meetings law, but it does not mean that we will do all meetings, remote, as kind of came up, or hybrid, I should say, as came up in the last conversation. Is that also correct?
This gives us the option for hybrid. This is what this hybrid meeting law does. It gives us the option. If we don't pass, so let's just put it this way, if we actually don't pass this tonight, we're completely going back to face-to-face for everything. Let's just be clear about that. If this doesn't go through, what this allows us to do is go to option of hybrid meetings, and then we have to fulfill all these obligations for all of that to happen. There may be times where the hybrid option may not be an option for several reasons. It could be don't have the technology, the space, or something like that. There's a lot of questions here. If we're under, let's say next full board next month is in June, about a month from now, and we have 20 people there, we don't have quorum, we don't have a meeting. I think that's something we got to think about.
Right. Okay, thank you. I just want to say that as I think besides one exec meeting, I was the only, I had 2 meetings in July 2021 that were hybrid from the district office. And just to piggyback on what the borough president said, that there are logistical issues with doing this well. So anyone who was there for those SLA meetings in July can attest to that. So it just, I will personally be voting yes on this, but I just want to be clear about that as one of the few people who has led a meeting in this format. And it does put a lot of burden on the office as well, to make sure that we get it right. And we want to make sure that people can actually hear us. Like there can be that concern too. It's really difficult to hear if you're on the computer, if people are speaking sort of as conversationally in the room. So there are like a lot of challenges. I just want to make that clear for everyone. If it's unclear going forward why we don't do all of our meetings hybrid, it's because there are logistical challenges. But I will be voting yes on this because I think we should have the option. So thank you, Paul.
Michelle. Val, go ahead.
My issue once again is number 2. I just think that meetings will be held with some members attending remote, but a quorum of the board members will be present at one or more specific in-person locations. I think the locations need to be well ventilated. And I think that the participants need to follow CDC guidelines. That's the 2 things that I think need to be added, because I think those 2 things need to be added, because according to WHO, World Health Organization, ventilation is something that you want to decrease risk of COVID. So I think the locations, that this needs to state that the locations need to be well ventilated or adequately ventilated, and that the participants need to follow CDC guidelines.
Val, I know you've brought this up several times and I hear you.
Yeah.
I get it. And I completely understand. I just don't know how we're gonna find places that are completely well ventilated. I don't think any of these buildings were necessarily built with COVID in mind. This thing snuck up on us when it happened, and the way this is operating, I don't know with a lot of our schools and buildings that we would
I know.
normally have full board, what places are legitimately the best ventilated places, if any.
You know what? I understand that, Paul, but there's something also about this that, I'm sorry, that's not right.
No,
We see a surge. So how do we act like we don't see that this is surging? How do we act like we don't see this? So how do we not say that if that's an issue, that's an issue? We shouldn't be putting people's life and health at risk to have an in-person meeting. If you can't find someplace well ventilated, and I'm not angry at you, because I mean, we had a surge and I think we all understood that, yeah, this is gonna surge when you don't follow guidelines. And I just think that this to me is very problematic if you're not following guidelines. And I mean, I can, email the WHO paper that talks about ventilation. And it's like, yeah, you shouldn't be in some place for a period of time. It's not well ventilated. And that's following CDC guidelines. So I think that what I'm asking for is not something that's over the top. I'm just saying that people need to follow CDC guidelines and that the ventilation needs to be as per what WHO is calling adequate ventilation. That's my two things.
Okay. Thank you. No, thank you. I'm sorry, there's a bunch of hands up. Let me go in the order I see. Carlin, go ahead.
I have a question about the medical note or certification. I have a privacy concern about that my medical records or list of underlying conditions, since being a community board, we're volunteers here, we don't have that client attorney privilege, so it could leak out. So would the note just stating that you have underlying conditions be sufficient?
If the doctor's note says you have underlying conditions that would exacerbate the vulnerability to COVID, I don't see how that would be an issue for me.
Okay, thank you.
I completely get it. This is not the greatest map out ever of this and how this is going to work. I think it'd be better if we were like, can we have the option, right, of just going to Zoom when we need to or something like that. But this is what's been given to us. This is what the law is now, and this is what it's changed to. So we're doing our best with the hand we're dealt now. Lee Berman, go ahead.
Thank you, Paul. I understand that this is what we've been given by either Corp Counsel and or Borough President's Office. However, following up on something similar to what Carlin said, I have a problem with 3B, which is if you're out because of disability, illness, unexpected caregiving responsibility, unexpected work travel, that protected information, that privacy issue is then put in a public document in the minutes according to 4G. There's no reason for that to be public. If I have a disability or if I have a partial disability that requires me to miss that meeting or for whatever period of time, it's not the public's right to know that. It's not even the CB3's right to know that. So if this language is exactly what's being mandated by Corp Counsel and the Borough President, however, I would strenuously object to that. And if there's a way of modifying this resolution to at least point out a privacy concern, if there are others that are as concerned as I am, just to be aware of it, and that it's a point of contention that we would hope that Corp Counsel and Borough President would look at. Thank you.
No, Lee, thank you. I know in the minutes, I will definitely be very gentle in any things I would write. I'm going to pivot quickly to the district manager. I see your hand, Susan. Go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I just wanted to clarify, this is not given to us by the memo is given to us by Corp Counsel and the Borough President, but this is not them saying it. This is the state open meeting law saying this. The Borough President and Corp Counsel just kind of gave us the language of it. So that's where it's coming from. And they are not treating you as volunteers. They're treating you as, I believe it's part-time civil servants. So it's a public body. So they're considering you a public body. I would like to bring up, along with the concerns that have been voiced, and again, with CDC guidelines, we are not allowed to even tell people that they must wear masks. We're not allowed to ask for vaccination, which I can sort of understand, but we're not even allowed to require people to wear masks. The only way we can require that is if we're meeting in a venue that requires masks, we can then let the venue require it. But like when we meet in our office, when we meet in the school, we can't even tell people to keep masks on.
Thank you. I see Olympia's hand up. Olympia.
Thank you. Yes, I want to echo the concerns brought up from others around privacy, etc. Also, I think the current language is not clear. For instance, who exactly do we submit to this information? Is it the district office? Is it you, the chair, etc.? And also there are some details, like for instance, that the person needs to be on screen at all time. Like right now, I'm not on screen because my kids are pulling my hair because they don't want to go to bed or whatever. So of course I put my screen off, and then I have some concerns about how it is written. I have two more things to say. One is, it says clearly that the vote is not going to count toward quorum, but will the vote count other guys? Because that is also important to clarify. And then the other thing, again, to echo a lot of concerns that were raised earlier, also from Susan now about CDC. Look, some people are immune compromised or they live with immune compromised people. I would urge us to request that if the city is on high alert or medium alert, that we have more flexibility than the one that the current language is giving. Because as I just said to the borough president, we are on high alert. We have dozens of kids being sick and nobody's wearing a mask, So I think we need to add some meat to this resolution. Is there an urgency to pass it today, or do we have some time to work on it?
Oh, that we gotta pass today because this thing expires June 14th.
Phew. Do you want us to work on it tonight?
Well,
at least for the privacy and this kind of stuff?
Susan, you have your hand up? Go ahead.
Yeah, we cannot change those things. Those are we're a public body, and open meeting law, the state open meeting law is saying we must do this. So we can't change it. If we change it, you can change it, but then you won't be meeting the open meeting law. So it's not at our discretion. Where you do have discretion is, what Paul puts in the minutes and that kind of thing.
So, Olympia, I'm going to backtrack. This is the memo that was sent down, right? But it was taken from the actual open meeting law that this is it. This is what they're saying, right? And that can put any vote into jeopardy if we don't follow these guidelines. So you meant asking about quorum, correct? If we have quorum, and
basically I said it says that it doesn't count toward quorum, but does it count otherwise? Like, can these people vote on the resolution, for instance?
I believe so.
Yeah. In terms of the versions thing, it's the same thing. They pretty much have everything in the same thing. It looks different, maybe it's just a little different, I guess, per board and how they say it, but they're pretty much putting everything in the same thing because we all asked each other.
So basically, my concern is currently, even though you guys say it is so, it's not clear through the language. That's why, maybe we should amend it, but I don't know. There are many hands after me, so hear everybody else, and then we can decide.
All right. Jake Gold, welcome to the board. Go ahead, Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, for what it's worth, I'm of course willing to defer to council, but I'm pretty sure the statute doesn't actually require disclosure in the minutes of why someone goes remote, just that they went remote. I'm looking at New York Public Officer Law, section 103A, and that's subsection, I've already lost it. But it simply says that if someone, the minutes of the meeting involved in video conferencing shall include which, if any, members participated remotely and shall be available to the public pursuant to the minutes law. So I just encourage, maybe Corp Council has different authority there, but I think that privacy concern might be able to be ameliorated with a pretty easy and germane amendment. But that's not really what I care about. I just had a couple questions actually in the vein of Ms. Kotze's questions about people with family members or co-residents who are immunocompromised. Under this resolution, if someone who's healthy but lives with an elderly or immunocompromised family member, maybe, would they be allowed to participate remotely?
We had so many questions last week. This is a tough one.
If I could say, we would ask, as they came up, we would go to open meeting committee, which we do all the time, and say, what about this? What about this? What about this?
And this is what was given to us. Yes, I completely get it. I understand, as somebody who's been a caregiver himself, I would understand that, and I'm sure I can have individual conversations with everybody at some point.
Sure. Okay. I appreciate that.
I get it, Jake.
I think, there are other people who have children under 5, people who work in communities that are vulnerable to COVID. I'm voting for this. I think we need the option to be hybrid, but I do think that if we can't have a well-ventilated space to host these meetings, we should do anything we can. I'm not sure what we can do to encourage the governor to extend the state of emergency so we can stay remote. I'm not sure what options are available there, but this is,
I would love that.
We're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I think our reso at the end here is going to state that if the city has the state of emergency longer, we'll probably go under that umbrella.
Thank you.
Robin, then Catherine, and David.
I have a couple of questions. One, I just pulled it up. I think I lost it. Number 3, where it says disability illness, is mental illness part of that? So I don't know if that's part of that, because we're can't just keep talking about physical ailments that people have. So that would prevent people from coming, right?
I think it's under the physical ailment umbrella.
And I don't understand, and 2, this would prevent me from ever visiting my 91-year-old father. So I would have no choice. I wouldn't be able to see him if I'm going to continue to be on the board, for example. I'll say it out here, because he's frightful of getting COVID. So if we can't control the people that are coming to the meetings, if we don't know if they're not masked, that doesn't, I don't, then we don't know if we're being exposed or not to COVID.
No, I understand. I completely understand. There's a lot of variables at play. You asked a lot of things, especially with things going back on the uptick again.
I have COVID, everybody, by the way. I just got it. This is my 4th jab. Doesn't mean I won't get it again, and I'm fully vaccinated, 100%. The other thing is, I know that the Department of Education didn't allowed for students not to have to keep their screens on, because there were issues about people feeling uncomfortable about their surroundings, and the whole equitably, being teased about how you live or how you don't live. So is that something that could, is there a reason why we have to have our screens on? Those of us that might not feel comfortable.
That's how they wrote the law. I can't say.
So these are all things that are just handed to us. Okay. And do you know why we would be part of a quorum if we're attending a meeting virtually?
This is how they wrote it out. I know we asked a bunch of questions at Borough Board. I know Susan, at district service, right? That was the pretty much, or was it borough?
Borough service, 2
Borough
hours,
service.
2 hours we discussed it.
And I'm not a fan of the way this is either. This is, for me, this sucks, right? And for lack of a better phrase, and how this is, because there's a lot of ambiguity here and stuff like that. And I asked all the questions everybody's asking me right now, and I asked that at Borough Board, and like the ventilation issue, everything. So I get it. I understand this is what we have. Catherine Freed.
Thanks.
Welcome to the board as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with everything everyone said. I mean, look, the public meetings law was passed back in, for lack of a better term, normal times, when they didn't deal with COVID, when they didn't deal with half the things we're dealing with right now. And I think it's just lazy on their parts that they came forward with something that they clearly didn't even adapt or make an attempt to adapt the circumstances that we're dealing with. And I mean, we're volunteers, you know, something that somebody who's getting has a paid position, it's a little different. And the idea that, you know, we're very validly says that, how can we go into a non-ventilated building when we know it's a problem? And for those of us who are older or people who have comorbidities, I mean, you can't ask them to risk their health for a voluntary position. So yes, I get we have to pass this, but I think we should say yes, but massive reservations, because they shouldn't have put us in this position in the first place. Mostly, as I said, I think they were being lazy. They just didn't even make an attempt to adapt this to the current circumstances.
This is an adaptation.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Susan. What was the
I
question?
said that this is an adaptation. It expires in 2 years. I agree with everyone. I think it's terrible, but it is an adaptation for what they think we need for COVID. It expires in July 2024, and they do not consider board members volunteers. They're members of a public body, and they consider them part-time civil servants.
But they didn't do a very good adaptation in that case, because they, as Al said, they didn't follow CDC, and they're really putting a lot of us in danger. And that's a crazy position to put us in.
I think everybody agrees.
Especially when we're on alert right now.
Thank you. David and then Josie. Go ahead, David.
Yes, I'm for it, so we have the option. It is awful that they won't allow us to say no masks, but here's a little secret. State departments are also not allowed to do this, and what they do is they may say, be comfortable wearing your mask. It's a bromide. It's nice to say. Polite.
Okay, thank you, David. Josie.
My question would be, you know, we'll be using the school after the students are there, whether they're sick or not. They're in the auditorium. And so who's going to be disinfecting the auditorium when we go there? Because we don't know what the students have. So now we'll be sitting in the seats that have already been, you know, whatever, filled with COVID or whatever you want to call it. So is somebody going to be disinfecting them, spraying them with Lysol, whatever?
I would hope
Is
so.
somebody going to do that? Is somebody
I
going
would
to do
hope
that?
so.
Who's
I
going to
would-
do it? Who's going to do it?
Well, the city is telling us that we have to attend these
city's not.
meetings.
The city's, it is.
Well, you know, whoever,
Go ahead.
who was the person that you mentioned, Paul?
It's the state that's doing
The
this.
state, okay, whomever. Are they gonna be, you know, disinfecting these chairs, or should I be carrying my can of Lysol? I mean, this is crazy.
I completely understand. There's so many variables at play. The building is clean, the air quality. I get everything. We're going to do our best to make sure we have the best places available to us, but know that that's a challenge. All right, I'm gonna take these last three hands because we have more stuff to go tonight and it's already 9 o'clock. So July, am I saying that correctly? Is it July? And welcome to the board as well.
Thank you for asking. Yes, July.
Okay.
So I'm a new member. Clearly I'm hearing a lot of concerns around the open meeting law. Can I just ask why we have to pass it?
So why this would have to pass tonight, the executive order stops, ends on June 14th.
Right.
And after that, if we don't pass anything tonight, then everything's face to face. There is no hybrid option. That's why this would have to go tonight.
Okay, can we, I mean, if our board is having a lot of concerns and issues around family members, school ventilation, mask requirement, vaccine status, I'm sure other boards are having the same issues.
Yes.
Can we, connect with other boards and say, hey, collectively, we're all gonna just not pass it and see what the open meeting law committee will do?
It would have been a great idea last week, but I think some boards already passed.
And we know what they would do. They would say you have to meet in person.
That is really the alternative here. There's a part of me that is hoping right now that this executive order gets extended so we have more time to say what we need to say. Like, I have tons of reservations about this whole thing, tons of reservations, whether it's health letters, things of that sort. I don't feel comfortable with it. From my outside of my board work, I work with young people, and I am very hesitant about privacy on that end. So imagine how I feel on this end. I'm very hesitant, even more. So I completely get it about everything going on. This is what we have. Okay, let me go and.
Sorry, I just have one more comment.
Yeah.
If we do pass and we adopt to this open meeting law, the likelihood of not having a quorum at the future full board meeting is very high. And that is a consequence we also need to plan ahead.
This is what we've said to them. Like, I don't see how this is going to maneuver. We've said this to everybody who can listen, and this is what was passed. This is what the open meeting law is, unfortunately. I wish there was a better option than this. I really do. I personally do. I get it. Like, there's a good chance that this is going to blow up in everybody's face, and nobody's going to have quorum at any of their meetings, and community boards are going to be screwed in the long run. I get it. I completely get it. Okay. I see Thomas, Michelle, Olympia. Go, Thomas.
So yeah, I mean, I agree with everybody here. It's a complex issue, but at minimal, if it would just help for our board, we have direct communications with the schools, and we could easily communicate with the principal. And if you want me to do that, I don't mind, unless you want to reach out yourself and see if they can do an electrostatic cleaning before we get into the space. That is one of the things that is available from the staff, and it's been done in other schools. So what's been done in one school, we can provide that at another space. So just wanted to put that out there. If you want me to reach out, I'll gladly do so.
Yay. From one dean to another. Thank you, Thomas.
I think we should talk about that later.
We will talk about that offline.
They could come to another school.
Michelle, Olympia, that's it. Sorry.
I'm going to call the question on this.
Okay.
Sorry, but you undercut me to call the question. So I defer then to Paul not to call you before me.
Okay.
I was the last person, you know.
So I'll call the question right after. I will hear Olympia's comment right now. And
I mean, I had two comments. One is we're very lucky to be full of community gardens, that they actually do have Wi-Fi because of pandemic. And so I would urge us to consider also the idea of outdoor meetings as long as it is viable, right? And I'm happy, to connect with the community gardens that I know. And I also want to, I think some of the new members said some very important stuff, and we sometimes are stealthed. So I believe the idea of collective action from the community boards when we're asked to do something that is obviously not reasonable, it is something that we should consider seriously. So I'm referring to the comments by Julie Wong.
No, thank you. Okay, now we'll call the question.
I just want to say that calling the question is
I'm
an
sorry.
intended tool to stop debate. So to go around me is not procedurally correct. And I would ask David Crane if he has any corrections to that, but I believe that that is the point of it. So thank
Sorry.
you.
Okay. So we're gonna close debate right now. I think everybody's got the same stuff going. David, should I wait? I'm gonna ask for you in your parliamentary role. Should
For
we wait
which?
For this,
Wait for-
on this resolution.
Wait for what?
The vote to happen at the end.
Well, that's entirely up to you. So let me explain to board members that what we typically do is we have one, vote-a-thon. We have one vote at the very end for every item that had been on the agenda. This is often called the calendar agenda, for those of you who like jargon, but it really is just like a vote on the vote sheet. And so what Paul is asking me is, should he vote for this one now? That is an option that Paul has. Paul, it's up to you. You can vote on it now, or you can just let it go to the calendar agenda.
In the interest of time tonight, I'm gonna let this go to the calendar agenda, and we will let that go to a vote at that point at the end of the night. Okay, thank you. All right. All right, to our next, I'm sorry, to our next committee. I'm gonna flip the order tonight. I'm gonna start with Health, Seniors, and Human Services, Youth Education, Human Rights. I'm gonna go with May. May, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So I'm going to give the report for the Health, Seniors, Human Services Committee. Today we have two resolutions for you to vote on. I'm going to introduce the resolutions. So for those of you who are new, I'm going to introduce the first one and then take any questions. And then after that, I'll take any questions about the first one. And then after that, I'll give a brief intro on the second one. So the first resolution that the committee has for you is regarding the sweeps of the homeless people that from a couple of months ago. It is on the vote sheet starting the middle of the third page of your vote sheet. So let me just look it up a second. Sorry, I just want to pull it up so I can show this. Right, so the title is Support for New York City Council to hold an oversight hearing to address current homeless sweeps policy. So the resolution describes what the sweeps are. It was started in March and April, and you probably heard about it in the news as well. There was a lot of activity primarily in the East Village. And then I know of one in Chinatown, but there was a lot of activity in the East Village, particularly Tompkins Square Park. The resolution, I mean, people talked about it earlier. I know Susan talked about it earlier, and Olympia mentioned it, its impact. And that it's created a lot of disconnect between that and those who are already working with the street homeless. There's a lot of disconnect. And certainly there is, a lot of, it is not ending homelessness, and there are many strategies to end homelessness. So what we are doing, there are two whereases at the bottom, and we're asking, there are two therefore clauses at the bottom where we are, where we say we would like, CB3 would like the city and DHS to work and coordinate with CB3 to provide the needed services to the street homeless. And because we have a lot of connections and experience. And then also the last thing is that the New York City Council is, we had two of our reps come to our meeting, and they talked about how the City Council wants to hold an oversight hearing on this issue. So we are also resolving to support the City Council to hold the oversight hearing. Now, we think they should. Okay, so that's the first one. Is there any questions on that? Or I guess Paul, you'll call them. I mean, I can't see, but.
There's no hands up on that.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the second one is, it's item number 4. It's right after the one about the homeless suites. So it is, okay, so on your vote sheet, you'll see a resolution number 4. And what we have is, since we passed the resolution, we have, the committee, we've made some revisions that make it more concise and to the point of what we really want to say. So there's some grammar changes throughout, and the whereas has changed, or, we're proposing a change to the whereas. So do I need to ask for a motion to consider that one and not this one? I mean, we'll show the other one, or Larissa is ready to show it and I can read it. Is that what I need to do, Paul?
Sure.
Or,
I think David has his hand up. Go ahead, David.
Move to amend the original motion that came out of committee. And that is the document that you were proposing to display, May. If you could display it, that'd be excellent. It includes, May has described it already, but I will say that specifically, it removes the expression that we are dismayed about the cancellation of 47 Manor Street, and it focuses in a completely different way. Kind of at a loss without having able to see it on the screen for y'all.
Larissa, can you?
Yeah, I just need
yeah,
to be
we're
made
gonna
co-host.
Yeah,
and
give
then
me
I
a
will be able
second.
to
I'm
share.
gonna.
While they do
Okay, there, I've got it.
Go
Thank you
ahead.
very much.
Thank you.
Okay, it's coming right up. Okay, you should be able to see the resolution now.
okay, so it's in front of you, but so you can follow along better. Should I read it aloud?
No, I don't think so. You should let me speak up, please. So if you can scroll down to the very bottom, I would like to explain why I'm making this resolution and what it at heart does. She's scrolling past, as she should, the grammatical and wording changes. There, they're right there. We've introduced a whereas, which basically replaces what was in the therefore and the therefore at the bottom. What I'm trying to do here is have us focus on the fact that DHS, when they canceled the contract, the possible, Catholic Charities have been working for many months developing a proposal, and then 5 months, I think, after they came forth with it publicly about what they were planning, DHS decided that there was a fair share problem with it, and they canceled it. And when they did that, they pulled the rug out from under a provider who had been working on it. And so what I'm focusing on here is a chilling effect. I'm afraid that creates a chilling effect when you work with your partners like that. Are you going to get other partners to come forward with other safe haven proposals? And I would suggest to DHS that they should change the way that they do things somehow so that they can come to a determination like fair share pretty early in the process, not after an organization has put a lot of time and effort and probably money into developing a proposal. Because I do care that safe havens do get created, and I recognize all of the, I mean, I recognize the public pushback on this, and I appreciate why that is happening. I just want DHS to do better, and I'm hoping that we can pass this amendment to do precisely that. I think this will have an effect, or that is my aim, to have an effect with it. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think that, also in, the need for this is still there. It's stated in our district needs statement. It's something that's documented and researched. And so that's the other, consideration that, also needs to be considered. And so that's why, that's why the therefore at the bottom is the way it is to remind DHS to keep in consideration, the needs as stated in our district needs statement. Oh, somebody needs to put themselves on mute. Okay. But what David says is true as well.
May.
Oh, so after, so yeah, so this is the thing that we want to be considered. And then as we get into the discussion, I would like to ask Paul Rangel, the chair, to chair this part of the meeting.
Okay, thank you, man. I think what we will be doing on this part is I will open up the debate on this for 15 minutes. We'll establish some ground rules. I know this is a very hotly contested resolution. I will establish ground rules where, according to Robert's rules, we can do 15 minutes of debate and one person can speak twice. All right. Larissa, can you scroll up on that so that way everyone can see the beginning of the changes? These are what's been amended from the committee meeting tonight. I will, if you start putting your hands up, I'll make a count as to the amendment. This is the debate on this specific amendment. So I see the first two hands. I will start my clock now. Alicia, Jackie, Catherine. Alicia, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight. I am dismayed. I am saddened. I am hurt. My brother, he died as a street homeless man, and there was no safe haven for him. He could have had a place to lay his head other than the streets of 10th Street and Avenue D. If he were able to get to a drop-in or a safe haven facility. He was very much afraid because of his schizophrenia. He was very much afraid of the city shelter systems because of the way they were currently being run. Now, I don't know how else to express myself in this manner because it saddens me and it breaks my heart because the Lower East Side was a place he called home, and that's why he refused to leave the Lower East Side, waiting for a place to lay his head here and looking for a place which he never found, and he died on East 10th Street and Avenue D. So I'm really hoping that we do better as a community. Instead of pushing people away, that we create an environment where people feel safe enough to go indoors and not run away and not sleep outside on the streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Jackie Wong.
Good evening. So my first thought about the RESO is that I see Fair Share report mentioned several times. And I also see in the RESO that DHS canceled 47 Madison because of fair share and equity. So clearly DHS recognized a CB3 or CD3 has an oversaturation problem. I don't think we ever look, this community board ever look into the data. I just want to say that CD3 is already housing more than 1,600 homeless individuals, but over 1,000 are not from our district. CD3 is one of the very few districts in the city that houses such a huge number of non-district homeless people. At the same time, many other districts have no shelter at all. And there are, like Susan said before, there are about 160 homeless individuals living in CD3. So if there were not so many non-district homeless individuals, CD3 shelters would have the capacity to house all of our own homeless people. DHS also said they're going to bring outer borough homeless people into 91 East Broadway. So if we continue to advocate for more shelters, DHS is just going to send more non-district and outer borough homeless into CD3. I mean, if CB3, Community Board 3, does not change this mindset and look into fair share problem, we are actually the reason those 160 homeless individuals still unhoused, because all the shelters are used by non-district people. I understand this is a very passionate subject. I think that we need to house the people who are homeless in CB3. And I understand CB3 wants safe haven that has been on our district need statement for years after years. So we should advocate for converting existing shelter into safe haven instead of building new ones. And secondly, I received a message that a lot of people who signed up for the public session all did that before 2 p.m. and Paul said that not. I just think that we should show them the proof, because we don't want to give an impression that CB3 does not want to hear from the community members whom we are supposed to represent. And I feel very bad for Alicia. I actually knew about your brother a while ago, but like the more I think about the sheltering issue, shelter siting issue in our district, I feel like the direction, the approach of CB3 is wrong, and that wrong direction actually cause our own homeless people have nowhere to go and results in more of them on the street.
Thank you. Catherine Free, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is a very, very touchy and difficult issue. And part of it, I think, is our society as a whole has just done a crappy job of providing for a lot of people. And I'm offended by the way that we sort of have written off a lot of people, and no one wants to, or we haven't done what we should do as a humane and caring society to care for people. But I also have to say that I understand, particularly in Chinatown, that they're feeling overwhelmed and to not understand, and they're feeling very not made part of some of the decisions to do all of the shelters in Chinatown. Or they feel there are, because there are already 6 shelters. There were at one point 4 or 5 additional ones planned. And at a time when, I don't know if people have been walking in Chinatown or know what's going on, everyone's heard about the anti-Asian violence, but a lot of people in Chinatown right now are traumatized. People are afraid to, senior citizens are afraid to walk in the street. If you go in Chinatown, where we used to be able to go to without thinking about it 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning for a late snack or whatever, that doesn't happen anymore, because there are a lot of people who are not on the streets, and there have been a lot of horrible instances. So I think we should try and separate the fact that there is 1 or 2 of the shelters that were inappropriately placed in or were planned in an area that there's just an oversaturation of shelters. And I think a lot of people don't know the difference between a safe haven and a shelter. And that was part of the problem as well. And CB3 does have a lot of shelters. The Lower East Side has always been more accepting of shelters. And I don't think that should change. But I do think that we should not be unaware of the atmosphere in Chinatown right now. And I think that's why a lot of this, there's been such an outpouring from them, because they're feeling very overwhelmed and traumatized. And I think that in this case with Madison Street, had they maybe dealt earlier on with the community and realized what was going on, they would have found a place that was maybe more appropriate. But I also think we should put a lot of pressure on the city and tell them that they have to make a distinction between people who have mental problems and people who are incarcerated, because we incarcerate too many people, that we should start caring for that segment of our population that need help. And That's also, I think the two should be separate. And I think we shouldn't give up pushing for shelters to take care of people because we have to as a society, and we just failed miserably on that part. That's it.
Thank you. Kay Webster.
Yeah, hi. So I'm a longtime neighbor and a resident and park goer. I am also the president of the Sarah Roosevelt Park Community Coalition, but I am not speaking in that capacity this evening. I'm speaking as somebody who moved to Forsyth Street between Grand and Broome in the late 70s and then to the Bowery in 1990. I want to say that both housed and homeless people have been killed and assaulted in the nearby park and streets, and that homeless people here have intervened to stop violence. And also that both housed and homeless people, individuals have been perpetrators of violence here. So there's some conflation somewhere with the situation of being homeless and the situation of being violent. I want to say that a housed resident brutally beat an elderly woman on Forsyth Street a few years ago, and homeless men helped the police find the guy. Homeless people stopped a rape on Delancey Street. Homeless people were cleaning up the park. As to the refrain that people don't live here, many of the people who are unhoused here have lived here for decades. 118 men who lived in Rivington House were evicted. Most presumably went to nursing home, but some went to shelters. The SROs on the Bowery were housing for the poor until they were shut down or gentrified, and some of those men now live on the streets. Some homeless people have lived on these streets longer than some housed residents here. We raised our child on the Bowery, surrounded by SROs and homeless people. At 4 years old, my son developed a mutually kind relationship with a veteran who had lost both his legs in Vietnam and lived in the SRO across the street, a lesson in possibilities for friendship. A man my husband and I have known for over 20 years eats out of the garbage can across the street and yells at the pavement. He's terrified, refuses shelter, and is utterly harmless. Another young man stands silently at our door. Everyone has the right to be safe, and how that happens needs a good and rigorous debate. People feel afraid and need to be listened to with respect, but our fears are not the stuff that effective policy is made from. It can inform planning, but it can't be based on it. We are neighborhoods that have provided shelter and housing to those who a lot of this country didn't want. The targets of who is unacceptable may change, but not the damage to real community that they create. And I don't think that's a community any of us want to live in. And I just want to say that in terms of seniors, senior citizens line up alongside homeless men, mostly Asian seniors, mostly Black and brown men. And they line up together to get services from City Relief. So I think, I can't believe that we can't figure out to be generous with our neighbors personally. And I do want to say to Alicia, I'm really sorry about your brother. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Arnett Scott.
Hello, thank you. This is really an emotional and a political stance for me. I was born and raised on Lower East Side. My mother was born and raised on the Lower East Side. So we're talking 2 generations of people, and I'm raising my children on the Lower East Side. I remember growing up, it was a much different Lower East Side, and we didn't have as many shelters as we do now. My mother growing up remembers that she doesn't remember really any shelters. If you look back at where the Lower East Side came from, we were dilapidated buildings, and we were in need of housing. So the fact that we were able to create shelter for houseless people actually bettered our community. It wasn't just the gentrification, but the social services that we provided for our neighbors, as well as, I guess, the city. Now, I understand the argument or the debate about it's housing more of other people from the city and not our Lower East Side residents, and other other neighborhoods don't have shelters and why us. But in fact, other neighborhoods wouldn't allow the people that live in the Lower East Side in their neighborhoods as well. So to look about who's accepted and who's not, I think is a roundabout way of saying that we don't feel like we should help other people within our city. And I don't feel like as a Lower East Sider, that's our mindset. Now, indeed, there is an increase in crime and an increase of what people may feel undesirable people, but I don't see that as that being the actual correlation to houseless people. We're also experiencing years of divisiveness and inflation now and joblessness. So we're experiencing more like helplessness than homeless people having being a detriment to our neighborhood. So there's a lot more other issues at hand that would cause people to become violent and or criminal, not necessarily the fact they don't have a home. And it saddens me to hear a community, any community, not want a homeless shelter just because they don't want a certain type of people around them. I understand, and I really would advocate more so for a set aside or a higher a demand on housing our own people that have been displaced due to gentrification and rents going up, because we do have a high number of people that are not able to stay in their homes and they don't want to leave the Lower East Side. And it's not fair for those people to have to find a shelter in another location. I completely agree with that. I do think that the more moral to having our community members remain in their home, remain in the area where their children may go to school, where they may have jobs close, or they may have family members close, and that's their source of support. So I feel more of a passion to advocate for a stronger demand that we are able to house people from the Lower East Side. I get that. I feel like that's needed. However, I don't feel like I would want to stand on the hill that the fight would be. I wouldn't want to die on the hill of the fight that I don't want to have any safe havens anymore in my community because it's housing people that I don't know. And we're a generous neighborhood. We're a generous community. I think we can find ways to be open to those safe havens. It's just sad for me to hear when the oversaturating of shelters and the not having much of a community stance on how to be able to live with a neighbor or having new neighbors, and not being able to assist those that are hurting, because there are a lot of hurting. And they may be coming from other parts of the city, and they may be coming here because they have family or support within the Lower East Side, and they may be returning to the Lower East Side. I don't think anyone has actually sat and did a survey of who's coming, who's not. And I don't think that it's an argument that we can say it's only housing people from other boroughs or other places, when in fact I think the marching order for us would be to advocate to ensure that those in our community do have a safe haven for us, especially for right now, the gentrification and inflation. There's a lot of people that are facing eviction and homelessness, and the fact that we wouldn't have a safe haven for them to turn to, it causes more trauma for those that are living here. The fact that we're not offering social services that can help promote and keep community together. So I don't understand why we changed the first sentence of saying that we're dismayed. I didn't get that correction. I understand where David was coming from in inserting the fact that the DHS didn't do proper vetting and outreach to the community, as well as providing safe haven opportunities for those that are in the community. I think the taking out dismayed and showing that we have concern is leaning more towards us being okay with the way things turn out. It's like, to me, dismay shows a little more passion about the resolution than just a concern. Because I think for people like Alicia and other people that live in the community, that is a little more than just a concern, but it's actual dismay. And we can't help or reach everyone, but I do feel like as a community that we should do our best to advocate to keep social services available for the times that people in the community would actually need them. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We went way over the 15-minute window I just talked about.
Sorry.
Thank you for those comments. I want us to keep us back in the minute. I am going to extend the time by 10 minutes. These are the final hands I will call on in this order. May, Heidi, Thomas, and because they've already spoken, the last two hands I will call on are Alicia and Jackie, and that will be it, and we will close debate on this amendment. We got to keep it focused on the amendment that has been placed in front of us. All right. I understand a lot of people are going to, I see, what do I hear?
Yeah, I can't raise my hand, but I would like to just give some facts.
All right, Susan, you can go right now, then I go to May. Go ahead.
First of all, I, as someone said, I think Catherine, that people probably don't know what a safe haven is. We have one safe haven in Community Board 3. We actually have about 8 shelters in the East Village. That's the most saturated area. The safe haven is transitional housing to prepare people for permanent housing. And prepares them with services. And it is for street people, unlike shelters, which are very large, may have people coming from prisons and various other places. Safe havens are for people on the street. And we have specifically in the 2 safe havens that were proposed for us, very specifically said we wanted them targeted for our community, and it was agreed. There's a lot of misinformation, both about the safe havens we got on the list. I know we can't get into it today, but I just want to say I do work with homeless outreach almost daily. We've done a lot of research, so if there's an opportunity at another time to go over the facts, I think that would be great. And I'd end about, this resolution isn't about about citing safe havens. This resolution is about the way that DHS did not properly treat the provider or the community.
Okay, final hands. What was the order? May, Heidi, Thomas, then Alicia, Jackie. May, quickly, this has got to be on the amendment. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, so just to clarify on the amendment, I think it was Arnett, she mentioned why are we not expressing dismay? So, the purpose of a resolution is to be, always cite facts, but always more importantly, to ask for, an action, or maybe suggest or ask for a change or resolve a problem. So, everyone's very dismayed, and the resolutions lack emotion, that's the way they are, but they are to ask for something. So in the bottom, the final therefore, being dismayed doesn't ask for anything or request anything or demand anything, but reminding DHS to keep in consideration the needs of unhoused people as presented in our district needs statement. Our district needs statement has a 1.5 pages on the needs, and specifically talks about the need for the safe haven, which actually prioritizes people who live in the area, or the proposed Catholic Charities one, which did propose to prioritize that. So that's why we took out the part about being dismayed. We're still dismayed, we feel that way, but the resolution is to, do that. Not only express dismay. I have many other things to say, but since we're sticking to this, that's all I'll talk about tonight.
Okay, thank you, May. Heidi and then Thomas.
Yeah, hi. I wanted to actually say a few things that Susan had already said, describing the difference between safe haven and shelter. We don't have enough safe havens. It is proven to work for people who are living on the streets. Not people who have been evicted from their homes, who are released from prison, who aren't able to keep up with their rent and are doubled up with other folks. Safe havens are specifically proven to work in terms of getting people off of the street, getting them connected to mental health services, substance abuse services, and moving them into transitional housing. It's not just a feeling or a thought, it's proven to work. I live in Chinatown. I see many, many people sleeping on the street. I've seen people for years sleeping on the street. If we remember, I'm surprised no one at this point has brought up the fact maybe 4 years ago when the men were killed, they were sleeping on the street and they could have been saved by something like this, by a safe haven specifically. Folks are more willing to go into safe havens because they're smaller, they're more personal, they're more private, and they're safer. Shelters are not the safest things inside the shelters. And I really think that instead of pushing back at any point against shelters or safe havens, that we should welcome them, accept them, and advocate for example, mental health services in the shelter that are really robust. So a full-time, psychiatrist, psychologist, weekly therapy appointments, caseworkers that are trained, that are LCSWs, that those are the types of things that we should be advocating for, not just saying or not saying, we don't want these shelters here because they're not housing people from our district. They are housing people from our district. And also for 2 years now, we've been saying we're all in this together. So, we are all New Yorkers. We should be housing people in safe havens and advocating for the same things that would be good for them, which are those mental health services, would be good for us to have folks off of the street who are getting better, who are getting services that they need so that they're not on the street, causing chaos for some people at some times. So I wanted to say that. And then just on my own background, I wanted to say that I worked for DHS for 10 years, and I'll say 2 things about that. Fair shares are such on both sides, whether they're approved or not approved. They're really kind of a waste of time. They don't mean much of anything. I would not base any argument about why we should or should not have a shelter because of many reasons in fair shares. But I will say, secondly, that every single shelter that we open at DHS got community pushback. And eventually, after a period of time, when folks come in and actually get to know their neighbors and meet them, know folks by name, there's a good community engagement that happens and goes on, and the community begins to accept the fact that it's there, one, but they also hold DHS to account. They hold the provider to account. And that's what needs to be done in terms of, like I said, referring to mental health services. It needs to be us holding the public entities and agencies to account for providing good services for folks in safe havens, because that's good for them, it's good for us.
Thank you, Heidi. All right. This has to be the last 3, and I'm closing debate right after this. It has to be quick. It is 9:41, everyone. We still have other items to address. It is 9:41. 5 more minutes, Thomas. It's got to be in the amendment. Go ahead. Thomas? No?
Sorry, yes, I'm sorry about that. I can say we can all agree that we're dismayed about homelessness in general, and we all want the same thing. We just want people's lives to improve. I specifically am very concerned about this providers being discouraged from investing in safe havens in our community. As was said before, it's just a very viable model. The providers also provided coordination with the police departments and have their own security protocols and do sweeps of the community. There's less people at the safe havens, so it's much more manageable. And just lastly, as an educator, I work with adults with special needs, and it's very disheartening to see some of my former students out in the street. begging for money, and because they don't have the service coordination and the family supports. A lot of the stuff that's going on in our neighborhoods is generational, and we have an opportunity through safe havens to provide services to people who don't have the supports that they've been missing generationally. So I just wanted to put that on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Last two. Alicia's got to be on the amendment. Same thing for you, Jackie. Alicia, go on.
No, I really don't have anything more to say about the resolution. I just want to just say this. I was houseless once, my mother and my two brothers and myself. We were able to find a safe haven bed on Avenue B. There was a shelter, a safe haven bed program there at one point in time. My brother was from the Lower East Side. He attended schools on the Lower East Side. He worked on the Lower East Side. He was a pioneer for Henry Street on the Lower East Side, and there was no place for him to go on the Lower East Side. Thank you.
Jackie Wong, you're the last person on the amendment.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you, everyone. So I want to say that I agree that this community should be a generous neighborhood, a generous community, and should help the homeless people. I totally agree with that. But I also want to emphasize that every neighborhood has a limit, has a capacity issue, and we are already doing more than we can. Susan said that East Village has 8 shelters. For those who may not know, within 0.5 miles radius of 91 East Broadway, we already have 9 shelters, and they are all catered for adults. I understand Safe Haven is different from traditional shelters, but there are a lot of other types of shelters, such as hotel conversion, cluster sites, private-owned shelters. They are not counted in the DHS system in their data. I understand Safe Haven is better than regular shelter, and that's why Community Board 3 should advocate to convert some of the existing shelter to become Safe Haven. That's what the point I'm trying to make tonight. While we keep talking about 47 Madison or 91 East Broadway tonight, Thomas mentioned about, and also Alicia mentioned about, like, families and children lack the support. So 78 Catherine Slip is a family shelter, is one of the largest family shelters in the area that are just recently closed and would be converted for adults. So what I'm saying is that many people think that we, like in a neighborhood, people who live in the area think that family shelter is actually an important asset to this neighborhood. Why Community Board does not address this larger problem and instead try to bring back a shelter that community residents oppose? And at the same time, you know, DHS, like Heidi said before, DHS is not communicating with the local neighborhood about shelter siting. Again, I want to emphasize that this community does not oppose shelters. It's regarding the right service in the right location and also the communication. And that conversation missed. And also this data never discussed. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
All right, closing debate on this. I'm going to call for a roll call vote on this amendment, not the resolution, on the amendment, as the amendment that's been put in and changed what this looks like. A lot of people said a lot of things right now over the past 30 minutes. Not much on the actual amendment outside of that dismay line. So you have to make your choices off that. So I'm going to ask Larissa to call a roll call vote on this amendment. Go ahead, Larissa.
Sure, thanks. Okay, Mei Lee.
No. Start with the first person.
Oh,
Start with
sorry,
the first person on the board.
I apologize. I'm on
Take care of
page
it.
2.
Fine.
You can start with the last person too, you know.
I absolutely can. I think I'll mix it up tonight a little bit, see if everybody's paying attention.
Also, for clarity, who has suggested the amendment, David, that we're voting on?
Motion was put in by David, yes.
So he's the person who wrote the amendment, so that I understand.
Correct.
Thanks.
It's irrelevant. It was a group effort.
Okay, so we're voting on the amendments to the resolution regarding, let me see, should I read the exact title of the resolution?
Voting on the amendment, just the amendment, because there's two
Well,
different.
yeah, we're voting on the amendment
This
to the
amendment,
resolution.
Not just this amendment. And if it goes through, then I'll go with the next question. That's why it says many votes tonight. So go ahead.
Thank you for the clarification. Okay, David Adams.
Oh, you surprised me. Yes.
Told you we were mixing things up. Yaron Altman,
Yes.
Sarah Rose Bachu,
Yes.
Lee Berman,
No.
Ana Calderon,
No.
Carlin Chan,
No, but I'd like to state the reason why. Am I allowed to?
State the reason quickly, Carlin.
Okay, yeah, the amendment is problematic because it's just asking DHS to cite
I'm sorry, this
more
is-
shelters here. It doesn't specifically say to
Close
cite
the
safe
debate.
haven.
There's no reason.
Yeah, that was.
I'm just stating the reason.
Okay.
David,
I
I'm
got
just
it.
stating the reason.
Thank
So I'm
you.
voting no.
Thank you. Dave, go ahead. Larissa.
David Crane,
Yes.
Eric Diaz. Eric Diaz. Is he still here? Last time, Eric Diaz.
It's not responding.
Excuse
Go
me.
to the next person.
Okay, Tariq Darrell.
Put it off. both of them.
Yes, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Can you, wait, that wasn't me. Can you scroll down to the amendment?
To the bottom of the amendment or the top?
Bottom.
Bottom, sure. Okay, there's the final. Bear with me. Okay, Alistair Economacus.
Ask Tariq again, please.
Oh, sure, sorry, Tariq Darrell.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Larissa, did you get Eric?
No, I did not. He did not.
Said
respond.
yes.
He
Eric
said
is a
yes.
yes.
Okay, thank you so much for catching that. And Alistair Economacus.
Yes.
Thank you. Jamie Felber. Oh, he's absent, sorry. Larry Finn. Larry Finn. Shirley Fennessy. Catherine Freed. Ryan Gilliam.
Yes.
Okay. And if anyone sees in the chat, if any of the other members are having issues with their audio, just let me know. Give me a shout out.
Can you call out Catherine again, please?
Sure. Thank you, Catherine Freed.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I got bounced out and I couldn't get back in.
Gotcha.
We're voting.
On-
Yes.
The amendment.
And Larry Finn, if anyone sees a response from Larry, let me know as well.
Okay.
Deborah
Oh, I
Glass.
support the amendment. Yes.
Yes. Deborah Glass. Deborah Glass. Jake Gold.
Yes.
Andrea Gordillo.
Yes.
Caniel Hernandez.
Yes.
Thank you. Herman Hewitt.
Yes.
Trevor Holland. Trevor Holland.
He's out. He's
Oh,
out.
he's out. Okay. Valentina Jones.
Abstain.
Valentina, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Olympia Causey.
I really haven't read the whole amendment, but I go with yes, trusting that the description was accurate.
Thank you. Jeanette Kim.
He was absent.
Absent. Sorry. Thank you. Michelle Cooper Smith.
Yes.
Okay. May Lee.
Yes.
Wendy Lee.
No.
Alicia Lewis Coleman.
Yes.
Amanda Liu. Amanda Liu.
I think she dropped off. Absent.
Okay. David Louie.
No.
Was that a yes? I'm sorry.
He said no.
He said no. Thank you for clarifying. Laura Lugo.
Oh, she says she can't unmute. And then she wrote a message in the chat that she cannot unmute, and it is a yes.
Yes, thank you. Paul Rangel.
Yes.
Damaris Reyes is absent. Richard Ropiak. Richard Ropiak.
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Thomas Rosa.
Yes.
Robin Chattel.
Abstain.
Heidi Schmidt.
Yes.
Arnett Scott.
I think she wanted you to scroll back up quickly. Can you scroll back up?
Yes,
quickly?
thank you.
Yes, scroll back up to the top of the.
Yes, please.
Sure, absolutely. Can everyone see that?
Okay, I vote yes. Thank you. I
Alright,
just think
yes.
this is,
Arnett, thank you. Okay, Larissa Shaneberg is a yes. Anisha Stephen.
Yes.
Sandra Struther. Sandra still on? One more time for Sandra.
Absent.
Okay, Daniel Tanow, sorry.
Yes.
Josephine Velez.
Yes.
Troy Velez.
Yes.
Rodney Washington.
Yes.
Joshua Waterman.
Yes.
Kathleen Webster.
Yes.
Jackie Wong. Jackie.
No,
Jackie, we can't hear you.
no.
No, thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. We got you. July Yang. July.
I think she dropped off.
She dropped off. Okay.
No.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
she's on. She's on.
Okay, July, can you give your vote again, please?
Yeah, I vote no.
No. Thank you. Okay, that concludes the vote.
What was Deborah's vote? Did we get Deborah's vote? Glass?
No, I don't believe we did.
Can you pull her out one more time?
Bear
This
with
Deborah?
me one moment. Let me scroll back up. Yes, we did miss Deborah. Deborah Glass.
She had to drop off.
I think
She
she
had to
dropped
drop
off.
off. Okay.
Thank you.
But Paul, maybe you want to call Sandra again because I see she's here. You said she was absent.
Okay,
Sandra?
Sandra.
Yes,
Yeah,
or
she
no
has
on the
a,
amendment?
she has a message in the chat
Okay.
that she's here.
Oh, great.
No,
Sandra,
no,
if you could
that's
drop your
somebody.
vote in the chat.
No, she just says
No?
son. Oh, no, that's Olympia saying Sandra is here. Sorry.
Okay. Do we have a vote from Sandra?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Yes. Thank you. Great. Okay. And now that concludes our vote.
Larissa, can you give me a count on the ayes and the noes and abstains? I've got 30 yeses so far. Larissa, just give me the count on noes and abstains.
Yes, I just counted the yeses. That's 30 yeses. I'll count the noes. That's 7 noes, and I'll count the abstentions.
And then the absences. I have 3 abstentions and 7 absences.
Yep, that matches.
Amendment passes. Okay. Now, what I will do, because this is the new resolution as it's formed, and I will put that back on for the calendar vote at the end. Unless there's any objection to that. Is there any objection to that for the resolution? No? Okay.
Paul, do you think maybe we should explain to people that even in the calendar vote, they can say yes to some things and no to others?
Yes, especially for new members. If at the final roll call vote, if there is a resolution you do not want to vote for, or need to be, or you have a conflict of interest that you need to be a present non-vote or abstain from, you will mention that at your final roll call. You will say item, well, for these purposes, this is human services for, you would say human services for no in the vote sheet. All right, and we will record that. Or human services for present non-voting, or human services for abstain. I hope I made that kind of clear. All right. May, is there anything else for your report tonight?
You want to announce the panel?
Oh, sorry, I'm running low on battery. I'm trying, but anyway, I still have some battery left. So yeah, so we are at our June meeting. We're having a panel discussion event. It's the title of the panel is Serving and Supporting Our Families and Youth Experiencing Homelessness. So it's, you know, it's still going to be on Zoom, but our invited speakers are someone from the DOOR, someone from Citizens Committee for Children, someone from Henry Street Settlement, and someone from the New York City Department of Health, the coordinator for the students in temporary housing. So the focus is on families, it's on youth and on students. Where we have a flyer we'll send out soon. And we hope you come and invite your friends if you are interested in learning from providers and also from the schools about the needs of family and youth and students. June 2, 6:30, Thursday.
All right.
It'll be really exciting.
All right. Thank you, May. Okay, go back into my order. Sorry. Kay, I understand you're going to go for parks.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay, parks. There were updates for the amphitheater design progress, Pier 42 construction update. We're still trying to get other people to attend who have more information and authority to give information. And the resolution we made was to support the reconstruction of the Little Flower Playground Comfort Station. I don't think I need to read it, but.
Does anybody have any questions for Kay on that?
We're very happy it's being reconstructed.
Excellent. Thank you, Kay. Thank you for covering for Trevor tonight. Appreciate it. All right. Okay. We're not done yet. SLA.
Hi, Paul, thanks. So we heard 8 applications this month. We approved all of them with, or as you see, denied with stipulations, which for all the new members, I remember this being very confusing to me, is effectively a approval of that application. But many years ago, the SLA, which is the State Liquor Authority, told us that if we just wrote approved at the top of our resolutions, they kind of just stamped the application as approved. But we, as a community board, have learned that it's very important to put what we call stipulations on liquor licenses. So hours of closing, can they have DJs, can they have live music? And so we were told by the State Liquor Authority, Richard, I see, but I think it's important I had no idea what this was when I first started, so I want to make sure everyone understands what we're doing here. We deny with stipulations attached. So all of the applicants this month were denied with stipulations attached, which is effectively an approval, and they all signed their stipulations. David, I see you have your hand up. David is a committee member. Go ahead, David.
I move to amend item number 10. It's the one concerning Key Bar. And I believe that my amendment has been submitted to someone who's moderating the meeting who can display it. But I want us to deny this application. If it goes on the screen, it'll be a little clearer because the amendment kind of states the reason.
Larissa, are you able to share or do you want me to share?
I can share that. Give me just
Thank you.
one moment. Sure.
This is an application in a very saturated area. It's on the north end of Avenue A. And the board has a resolution we had passed of guidance specifically about oversaturated areas. And one of the things that we say in there where it's general guidance that we are predisposed or, that's not the language of it, but basically it's to tell applicants and the SLA itself, there are too many bars in these areas and we are doing some certain things like we tend to not create a new liquor license in the middle of a saturated zone. And there are a few other things in that guidance, which is mentioned here. So if you would, you see I've marked out unless stipulations agreed to, my amendment would make this a flat out denial. You scroll to the very bottom to get started. Yeah. You see, those were the unless and all the stipulations. My amendment would eliminate all of that. And instead it would be a flat out denial, and scroll down, please, because it does not show public interest and seeks a full on-premise liquor license in a location that has never been licensed for a full on-premises liquor license in a saturated area with a history of quality of life issues on Upper Avenue A. So I think I just explained why it's important for us to do this in my mind, because that guidance, if we approve this license at this location, that guidance will lose a lot of its effectiveness, both with applicants who can be steered away from those areas by the guidance, and with the SLA. We're successful at the SLA because we kind of hold to the guidance. And if we start playing favorites, we may lose that. If you scroll up just a little more, there's a couple whereas clauses that I crossed out because they're actually irrelevant and extraneous information. The other direction. They're actually extraneous information into the whereases. I think I crossed out one sentence and I added that one as well. So let's stay here. This is what happened at the beginning of the meeting. We had these individuals come and organizations. Oh, can we change block association on the first line to neighborhood association? Because that's their name. No, not there, not there. At the end of the line, the North Avenue A Neighborhood Association. Get close. I see your man, not that one. That's the East 13th and they are a block. That one. They are a neighborhood association.
It's in the parentheses, North Avenue.
In parentheses.
Sorry, bear with me. I had to hide
Okay.
the little drop down with everybody's pictures.
It's so
I'm
late.
sorry.
This is really not necessary. That's fine.
No, which one? I apologize. No, is it this one? Block Association?
North Avenue A block, North Avenue A, right above the end of the first line.
There we go.
There's the word block to
North Avenue
neighborhood.
Neighborhood Association.
Sorry about this.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Now scroll a little further up and you'll see where I
Sure.
have deleted a little bit of information. There you go. There's no adverse history except one instance of failure to conform. Well, you know what? They were not found guilty. We don't need that clause about the where clause. And then the whole whereas. There were zero 311 complaints. We don't typically say that if there were none. So got it? If you scroll down to the bottom, people can now debate the amendment. try to focus on whether we should do it this way or that way, you know, whether it should be an approval or a denial. By the way, I don't know if people understood, but maybe new members didn't. The amendment process, it's like editing a document. So this is one proposed edit. This isn't the final document yet. You know, you would approve the edit or you would not approve of the edit. And then we'll go forward and talk about maybe we want other edits, amendments. And then at the very end, the final version that we have edited, we will say, will we adopt it or will we not? Okay, and that happens at the very end. Paul also explained that. I'm just, you know, saying it in other words.
I appreciate when you say it, David.
I'm
Thank
done.
Opening up debate, I see two hands are up, Olympia and then Josh.
So first of all, I wanted to second the motion so that we can discuss it. And then I also basically wanted to hear from the other members of the committee because the public comment people were very convincing in what they said, and they're also known entities in our community board. So if there are any counter arguments that were made that they want us to consider, otherwise I second the motion and agree with David's suggestion, unless there are other information that the committee heard that we don't know.
So I'll take that. Actually, David and I are the only committee members here this evening, so I will just talk about what the committee voted for to deny with stipulations. And what I heard at the meeting about what I discerned from the meeting about why was because this is a long-standing institution in the neighborhood that was having issues with the landlord for whatever reason, and they're being forced to move. We actually heard an application for the going to be former Key Bar location, so it's pretty clear that they are leaving that space. And we also heard testimony from 2 residents of the building where Key Bar is located, saying that they've never had any noise issues with them. So Olympia was, that is very, very succinct version of what I heard, but that I think more or less summarizes it. Paul, are you calling on people or should I?
If you want to, you go right.
Sure. Okay, Robin, go ahead.
I would just like to know if we're going to be voting on David's amendment. Olympia second.
Well, we've opened up debate.
Yeah, this is debate on the amendment to change it, to change it.
Can we close debate and vote on the on David's amendment change?
Call the question then.
I don't know how to do that exactly.
Say call the question.
Call the question.
There you go. Sorry, Carlin, hand came up after the call the question. All right, so David, I don't think I'm gonna go roll call on this. I'm gonna go by the raise of Zoom hands. Is anybody objecting to this new version of the resolution? All right, I'm going to go by these hands. Right now it says 9, 10. Those are the objections to this amendment. You can put your hands down. So that would mean the rest of everyone is in agreement with this amendment and that this will go through.
You can't destroy, you can have abstentions too or something. You have to ask for I think you have to check for that information.
You're gonna ask me for a roll call vote?
I think he's
No,
asking
just
for a show
those
of
who
hands.
raise hands to affirm, that's all.
Okay, raise hands to affirm. It's 11, 10. Okay, Kay's hands is up. 13, 15.
Paul, may I say there are a few people in the attendees section that are also voting, maybe because I
No,
don't
those
know.
are those are not attending. Those are not.
Ah, okay.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna, Larissa, you're gonna hate, we're gonna go to a roll call, just for safety purposes on this one. Right,
Okay, sure.
go ahead.
No worries.
Because I just don't think everybody's paying attention on, so we don't have enough numbers. Go ahead.
Okay, bear with me. Just let me
This
add.
would be, so just to make clear, so everybody put their hands down, please. Just to make clear, this is if you're voting yes, you're saying yes to this amendment and how it's this new version. Okay.
You mean to approve or not to approve?
Approve this new version. Yes, this
This would be a
amendment.
vote to approve the amendments made. So this would not be a vote
This
on
is what
the
it will look like in the vote sheet.
resolution itself, but
Not to give them the license, right?
no, this is only
That's
on
your
the
decision.
amendments.
Yeah, just the amendment. This is gonna be, the amendment is to move to a straight denial, right? If I'm correct, David, and then it will be back in the vote sheet at the calendar as a denial. So
how is that
Go
an
ahead.
amendment?
he amended this whole resolution to what it is now. You're gonna vote on the amendment, this entire amended resolution, right? And then it's gonna be put back into the calendar as a denial, as instead of the denial with stipulations.
So basically, you're going to be voting on whether you agree with the amendments that David made to this resolution. Then at the final roll call vote, you can vote yes or no on the resolution itself. But right now, we're only voting on the amendments to this resolution.
Go ahead.
Hopefully that made it clear.
Yep, thank you, Larissa. Go ahead.
Super. Okay, David Adams. David Adams?
David?
And we'll come back to him. Yaron Altman,
Yes.
Sarah Rose Bachu.
No.
No, thank you. Lee Berman,
Yes.
Ana Calderon. Ana Calderon,
Yes.
Carlin Chan,
No,
David Crane,
Yes.
Eric Diaz.
Yes.
Good to have you back, Eric. Tariq Darrell,
No.
Alistair sorry, I'm screwing up your name. Alistair Economacus.
It's okay. No.
Thank you. Jamie Felber. Oh, he's absent, sorry. Larry Fenn. Larry Fenn.
He dropped
Okay.
off before.
Okay, and Shirley Fennessy, I believe, is still absent. Ryan Gilliam. Ryan Gilliam. Deborah Glass.
What happened to me?
Yeah, call Catherine. I think you skipped Catherine.
Oh, my apologies, Catherine. Catherine Freed.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Ryan Gilliam, one more time. Deborah Glass. Jake Gold.
No.
Andrea Gordillo.
No.
Caniel Hernandez. Caniel Hernandez.
Dropped off.
Dropped off. Herman Hewitt.
Yes.
Trevor Holland.
He's absent.
Okay, all right, thank you. Valentina Jones.
Abstain.
Olympia Kazi.
Yes.
Jeanette Kim. Oh, she's absent. Michelle Cooper Smith.
No.
Okay. Maylee.
Yes.
Wendy Lee.
Yes.
Alicia Lewis Coleman,
No.
okay, Amanda Lou. Amanda Lou. David Louie,
No.
Laura Lugo. Laura Lugo. Okay, Paul Rangel,
Yes.
Damaris Reyes is absent. Richard Ropiak,
Yes.
Thomas Rosa,
Yes.
Robin Chattel,
Yes.
Heidi Schmidt,
Yes.
Arnett Scott,
I abstain.
Larissa Shainberg, no. Anisha Stevens,
No.
Sandra Strother,
Abstain.
Daniel Tano,
Yes.
Josephine Velez,
Yes.
Troy Velez,
Yes.
Rodney Washington,
Yes.
Joshua Waterman,
No.
Kathleen Webster,
Yes.
Jackie Wong,
Yes.
Jackie
Yes.
Wong,
Can you hear me? Yes.
Does
July
David
Yang.
Adams? Oh, no.
Oh, sorry, I'll get right back to you, David, I promise. July
okay.
Yang,
Yes.
okay, and David Adams?
Yes.
Thank
I
you.
miscounted my mutings.
That's okay.
Okay, I need a
Gotcha.
count. There's a lot of no's on here, so we need a count. Sorry, give us a second, everyone.
I count 23 yeses.
Many no's and abstains and absences.
I have 12 noes. Three abstentions.
Many absent.
We have not voting. Let's see. Six. Let me double check that. Bear with me one second. 'Cause I didn't watch some as absent. Sorry.
David, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, it is getting very late, and I'm
Yes.
going to, and that's my last amendment. I'm going to ask, please, people, stay with us, because if we lose quorum before the end of the meeting ends. And we will have to have full quorum to be able to pass anything tonight. Full quorum means, 50%, over 50%. So I believe that's 25 of us.
I think we're okay right now, David.
Yep.
But I hear you, yeah.
Yeah, we have 9 not voting.
Okay.
Either absent or did not, either absent from the beginning or absent for this vote.
So let's do that. I need the total. I need the 12 no's plus the abstentions and the absences.
The
And then-
absences and the abstentions, I don't understand what you're doing.
12 and 3. I just want to make sure I have everything correct. That's all. It's 12 no's, 3 abstentions, correct?
Yeah, it's 15.
15. So amendment goes through. So it will be changed to a straight denial on the vote, on the calendar. And all right, Michelle, anything else for your report?
Nothing from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Landmarks didn't meet. Transportation, David.
Okay. Hey, well, I'm just going to ask, were there any questions? Because I'm trying to find the vote sheet. Any questions about what we did at committee?
There's a street code naming, that was it. That was
Thank you
passed.
so much.
You're welcome.
Robin, I'm sorry, did that pass or not pass that?
That went through.
I'm
It will
sorry.
be- It went through, it passed. There will be a straight denial on the vote.
So if there's no questions about the street code naming, we can go to the next committee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, David. Jackie, land use.
Thank you, Paul. So we don't have a resol this month. We reviewed the plan to transfer air rights from Campus Plaza number 1 and 2 to a neighboring lot for development. The plan is to build a 24-story tall building with 144 units and mostly market rental, and also 50 affordable units. NYCHA would receive approximately $19.5 million for the air right, which will be used to fix up campus number 2. We heard 3 groups of stakeholders on this issue, and the committee has concerns about the building's very high density, affordability, not deep enough, and also not permanent. And also if the amount of the fund derived from the air right transfer is fair market rate or not. So we want NYCHA to come back with answers of these questions, and we will discuss the topic again in June, and also make a recommendation in the June land use meeting. That's it.
Thank you. Richard, you actually chair economic development for us. Thank you for doing that. I know there was no resolution. You want to give a quick update?
Like Paul said, there was no resolution. The Chinatown bid and others came to, and small businesses came to provide an update on their plans for small businesses in that area.
All right, thank you, Richard. I appreciate you chairing and taking that on for us. Thank you. I think that's it on committees, right? I'm not thinking of anything else. Sorry, I keep going back to my notes. All right, any old business? Any new business? All right, Larissa. Roll call vote to close this out, and to vote on all the new resolutions and the ones that are in the vote sheet.
Time to take us away. Thanks for your patience, everybody, this evening. This will be the final roll call vote. Let's start with David Adams.
Surprised again, yes.
Keeping you on your toes, David. Yaron Altman,
Yes, thank you.
Sarah Rose Bachu,
Yes on all except no on SLA 10.
thank you. Lee Berman,
Yes, except no on health number 4, no on SLA number 2, number 7, and number 13. Thank you.
It's 2, 7, and 13, and human services 4, Larissa, just.
got it. And thanks for the clarification.
Got it.
Ana Calderon,
Yes.
Ana?
Oh,
She said yes.
Oh,
Yes, yeah,
sorry, did not
sorry.
hear you. Thank you so
Sorry.
much. Carlin Chan,
No on health human services 4, yes on everything else.
David Crane,
Yes.
Eric Diaz. Eric Diaz.
Yes, yes.
Gotcha. Tariq Darrell,
Yes.
Alistair Economacus,
Yes, but no on SLA number 10.
Jamie Felber,
Absent.
Larry Finn, I think he's still absent. Shirley Fennessy, absent. Catherine Freed,
No in human services, number 4, yes on everything else.
thank you. Ryan Gilliam, Deborah Glass, Jake Gold,
Yes on everything except for SLA number 10.
Andrea Gordillo,
Yes on all except SLA, no on SLA 10.
Kenil Hernandez,
Dropped off.
Kenil,
Oh, no, she might be on.
I'm sorry.
I see her on. I just
Okay.
don't.
She can she drop her, she having issues with audio? She could drop it in the chat.
All right, let's go to the next person.
Okay, sure. Herman Hewitt. Herman? Okay, Trevor Holland, absent.
Yes.
Oh, yes, there you go. Thank you, Herman. Valentina Jones.
No on executive committee and yes on everything else.
Olympia Kazi.
Yes.
Jeanette Kim.
Absent.
Kim and Michelle Coopersmith.
Yes.
Maylee.
Yes.
Wendy Lee.
Yes to everything except human services number 4.
Alicia Lewis Coleman.
Yes to everything, no to SLA item number 10.
Amanda Liu. Amanda. Absent. David Louie. David Louie.
Yes to everything except for health services number 4. No to that.
Laura Lugo.
Absent.
Did we lose her?
Yep, we lost her.
Don't see her. Okay. Paul Rangel.
Yes to everything, no to exec.
Damaris Reyes, absent. Richard Ropiak.
No to exec, no to human services number 4, yes to everything else.
Thomas Rosa. Thomas.
Yes.
Thank you. Robin Chattel.
No, I mean abstain, human health services number 4, yes to everything else.
Heidi Schmidt.
Yes.
Arnett Scott.
Yes to human services number 4, abstaining to everything else.
Larissa Shainberg, yes. Anisha Stephen.
Oh my God.
sorry. Yes to all except for SLA number 10. No on SLA number 10.
Thank you. Sandra Struther? Sandra?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sorry.
Thank you, no worries. Daniel Tano?
Present, not voting. Parks 5, yes to everything else.
I'm sorry to get technical, but you just need to state the reason why present not voting is.
Oh, I work for the Parks Department. Thanks.
Thank you, sorry.
Thank you. Josephine Velez?
Yes on everything except SLA 10. No, on
SLA 10?
SLA 10.
Thank you. Troy Velez? Troy? I think we lost Troy. Rodney Washington.
He's on.
He's on?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Troy?
I'm a yes.
Troy is a yes. Okay. Joshua Waterman?
Yes on all except no on SLA 10.
Kathleen Webster?
Yes.
Jackie Wong?
No to human services number 4, yes to everything else.
July Yang, sorry.
No problem. No to exact, no to health, human services number 4, yes to everything else.
Okay, and that concludes our roll call vote.
Paul, do I need to change my vote verbally?
What was your vote, Fareed?
Yes to everything, but no to SLA 10.
Right.
Okay, no to
Okay.
SLA 10.
That's
Thank
what
you,
I have
captured
written
that.
down.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I have a Y vote
No.
for yes for everything.
Yes for everything. I've corrected that, so it is now yes, no to SLA 10.
Thank you, Larissa.
Sure.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Can you just give me a count? SLA 10's no's.
Troy is there, but he didn't vote.
Who?
Troy.
Troy voted.
We got his.
Who got his vote?
Yes. So you need no's on the SLA 10?
Yeah.
Okay, bear with me. Looks like 9, but let me double check. Nine.
Okay. And human services 4.
And human services 4. Ten no's.
All right, everything goes through, everything passes.
Sure.
Okay. So new members, if you've ever heard me, you should know that I like to keep these meetings short. This is clearly not my finest set of hours. This is the longest one we've done so far since I've become chair. I hope this is not the trend going forward, but today was a lot of information and I appreciate everyone's perspectives and views on everything. And it's 10:37 and I will now formally say we are adjourned. Have a good night.
Congratulations, Paul.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody from Florida.